All right. Hello, hello to all of you lovely souls, wherever you are, whenever you are, tuning in to catch this stream. Oh, two of you already in. This is to do a couple updates. I've been putting together some of my artwork and clothing to first doing a little private sale to some friends, and then from there, what the majority that's left, we're going to do online fundraising silent auction over the next couple months. So, going to showcase a little bit of that. Like this, one of my more popular prints of all time, the Oink series, um, and many, many more. But more importantly, what Bernie and Ernie are up to are making what I believe the Alchemist's philosopher's stone is in lots of the ancient depictions of monoatomic silver and gold combination. This side in this setup, it's the silver on the anode, so it's going to be majority monoatomic silver that's going to be produced, but possible some mix of monoatomic gold in there as well. On the cathode side, it's pure 24 karat gold cathode, pure 99.99 silver maple on the anode side. And so I'm going to start that up live so we can all view and watch it. And then in the background, hey, Dan, Brian, much love, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Or Don? Don, not Dan, sorry. So Don could be either or. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. So we will be playing some of the alien scientists video while I have the experiment start going for you guys.
Those crystals
This
are
video was on
also
earlier
a rock,
tonight. It was a pretty good one.
Maybe
If
a
you haven't
rock
caught it.
produce some sort
Ah.
of energy too.
Hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah, if you get the patterns right enough and small enough, you can store light and much more in these crystals.
I've
But
seen this video.
you would have to be careful because it'll start pinning space. And you don't really want to get your anything close to that. Depending on the field, I guess how wide it'd be.
The original line. When you
So-
scale
Yeah,
down that line by 1/2,
I've seen those.
the mass is also scaled down by 1/2, which you can viscerally see because it takes 2 copies of that smaller one to form the whole.
Yeah, and the other half is the
When you
uncertainty
scale down a
principle.
square by 1/2, its mass is scaled down by
Yeah,
1/2.
I was studying about fractals. They're
Space.
not self-similar at a certain limit. They do tend to branch off very weirdly. So there was a error
I was
in trying to
experimenting
use them
with
as a
that.
detection scheme for modulations in motion, but that it's basically a power law series. That's all it is fractals. But the fact that you can find them in some things is very fascinating. The conch shell is interesting. It's a big, just a spiraling deal, and it's not necessarily. Is a conch shell a fractal, Jeremy? Like the lobster crab comes out of it. That's not a fractal, is it? Or fractal patterning? I don't think.
I was playing with it mind games when I watched that video. I was trying to see if
I
it's
don't
gonna
think
guess
everything
my
can be
mind where I'm
fractals.
gonna look, and if it's gonna go that on that like focus.
Yeah,
I
I don't
watched the
know.
video.
I think we're putting too much emphasis on fractals myself as a model for everything. A lot of things seem to be tailored towards that, but I think we shouldn't give it that much credit though. If things tend to steer off on inaccuracies, later down a more wide scale, non-local type, thing. So,
But is
I
it
mean,
not what
they do have
research and
potentials, but
exploration is?
like I said, it's just a power law. An exponent, type deal. So.
All right, man. Well, it's about an hour and a half in. I don't want to keep going. This is getting kind of like far out, and
let's get to the meat and potatoes then, man. Get into the good stuff.
Yeah. Anyone got any more classified stuff? I wanted to call in. People calling with classified shit to talk about, and
yes, no more woo. As much as I love it, let's keep the woo off.
I agree. It's time to lock it down and get some tangible science up in here.
Yeah, otherwise I'm gonna go to bed and I'm tired.
Oh man, not before some tangible science. Leave it on a good note. Leave it with something that people can test.
All right. Let's do
Well, if you increase the firing of ATP to ADP transfers in cells and stuff, then that would restore a lot of previous combination components of chemicals to newer chemicals that were needed from the previous combinations. In the form that like serotonin produces anti I forget. Dang it. It's in LSD drugs, but your brain naturally produces that, so that's requiring better faster learning and things.
What is that? I don't know. Kind of looks homemade. Now I've seen this one. I've seen this one for real.
What the hell is this crap?
Are you looking at Romanovsky's stuff? Yeah, you are. That's some interesting stuff there. Schomburg Designs, yeah, he was on to it. He understood particle separation and recombination. I love the music too, his choice of music. Unfortunately, your secondhand audio on there. Stronger.
I don't get it.
Okay, you're looking at a charged particle accelerator with that system. You have individual segmented cores. In the diagram, he doesn't show it in this part of the breakdown, but those are electromagnetic solenoids. Each of them is wound, and they produce a rotating magnetic field around the central core, which acts very much like a tokamak. Charged particles that enter that space around there are cohered within the electrical structure of the pulsing fields and get torqued around the inside radius. It produces a virtual magnetic field that the whole thing can pull up against. And I do believe it has to do with, again, separating virtual charges via positronium reduction. So I don't know for sure if I can prove that or not yet, but I'm certainly trying my best.
Nice. Is there any testing of this shit? What is this?
He hasn't really posted much in terms of testing or nothing.
That just looks cool. It's a cool that.
What material would that structure be made out of?
Yeah, and those
The
are nice looking bands.
tokamak, the tokamak, the itra.
The Itar. Oh, this guy burn himself with this.
I think itra, ITH. RA. It's the tokamak. They're building it like pieces and.
Basically, it's a rotating charge separator.
It's like the discs on the round thing look like if you look at it, like if you slice it, it would look like D's, little D's, metal D's, all from that side. I saw how they were building it, like a video. I saw a video of how they were building it.
Well, we know this guy. We know the guy who designed this. So I mean, it's an interesting kind of inspiration that came out of nowhere. One guy is responsible for all the things that you're seeing on the screen right now.
So who's the guy?
Romanovsky. I think I'm saying his name right. Sean would be able to say.
Interesting. The hell?
Dang, look at the shape of the field, though. Just look at the geometry of the field.
We gotta get some plasmas and start messing around.
I have been messing with.
Now, I paused it right there just to point out these toroid-shaped blue-purple plasmas that they're playing in discussion on Alien Scientist here earlier tonight. And this is an ionized gas, I believe, of sorts, probably hydrogen or, brain freeze. I don't know. They probably mention it here in a few seconds. Argon or neon or, yes, some of those. Anywho, what is interesting and what might appear in this reaction, but what does in many of my electrolysis called fusion reactions are the same toroid-shaped geometries, and it's quite fascinating. And this blue-purple plasma, once you pump the voltage up in these reactions, which I'm not doing, I'm only using about 3 to 5 volts. If you use 5 to 500,000 volts, you start to get these blue-purple plasmas arcing between your anode cathode, and then you actually have higher reaction cold fusion producing helium out of the atomic hydrogen happening all at once. And I'll try to get that video up here. There's a couple of them on YouTube. I forgot to preload it. Sorry, guys. I will try to get that up before the end of the show. But in the meantime, what else did we have to share tonight while the experiment is going? Right? We love science. It's all about science. And also, right, because I talk about fundraising here tonight, what the stream is about, and some of these artworks, I'm going to be doing prints of them for sale, but the shirts, like the bear and the Weed of Life logo, I'm going to be doing a bunch of for sale, as well as the Oink shirt. Classic. Where's Tim Snorton's mug on here somewhere? Oh yeah, there we go. Tim Snorton's, because in Canada it's Tim Hortons, but oink. All right, back to the science or more clothing and artwork. we'll go with the science. In a couple episodes, probably about next month, we're going to also be talking to some people and starting to make our own organ pyramids and trying to do some scientific tests on measuring the energies that come out of that, because that, I believe, the orgon energy is probably similar to the chi, or could be Kirlian frequency, resonance energy, or wave, the Kirlian frequency in the hertz, terahertz. But lots more actual research needs to be done about this stuff, because it's both healthy, healing, and anti-gravital, and spiritual, and conscious energy, life energy, free energy, anti-gravity energy. It's all together and coming out. And hopefully we will have some stuff looking like this. Oh, see how the waves instantly start acting as I bring it up, and it goes in the screen because of the interaction with the plasma field of this monoatomic substance. As I take it away, it goes away. And in this reaction right here in center stage, we can now see some of that white monoatomic and silver, especially on that left side there, forming down below the coin on the left side of that jar, a little bit on the bottom, and then a little bit above on the top right by the gold. But looks like a lot of silver is condensing below there and starting to accumulate on the bottom. And as for comparison, I have another jar to the left that is almost filled to the top there with the other monoatomic stuff, just as reference. I believe that's mostly zinc silver monoatomic on the left, where on the right we are making what I believe to be philosopher's stone of silver gold monoatomic combinations. All right, so let's share some more different videos. I'm gonna play here a couple different random YouTube selects. This one's free energy generator with spark plugs that I don't know, I haven't tried it out, but for anybody out there that is interested and likes what you see here, I encourage you to try making it. Wow, that ended rather abruptly. Weird. Oh, okay, I just wasn't paying attention. Alright, let's try another one. With these spark plugs, it's fascinating. Come on, YouTube. Here we go. Start working. Is it working? All right. Well, there's a couple free energy videos. Welcome, guys. Sherry, Rick, Lambert, Brian. Welcome back. A 47 AG Studios, aka Silver. We are making MonoAtomic Silver right now, as you guys can see. Rick, brother, I've been trying to get a hold of you. If you are available, I would love to schedule you on for one of talking and presenting one of your on your coils on one of the Science of Sound series every second Saturday that we're now doing, because I believe that is a perfect platform and topic to bring forth your epic research and continue forward with that, my friend. I hope you are doing well and good to see you. Ooh, a cool game to play. All right. Oh, and also nice. Cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. That is good to know. Fair enough, Rick. And that's the thing, though, is that luckily it's every second weekend, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, that we're doing it. And I think I've already got it fully booked for the next 2 episodes, so the next month. So we'd be scheduling you for in either end or beginning of sometime in May and possibly even June, because I know that we are all extremely busy people, but I would love to have you on when you're free. And it's the Science of Sound series is well, it's becoming a thing. It's going to be on more and more channels. Leak Project's going to be picking it up. This weekend we should have it hooked up where it's also on the Alien Scientist channel again, as well as my own. Possibly also on Autodidactic again, but I'm not sure really what is going on with Campbell. But all the love to him nonetheless. But how about, now that I'm talking about Science of Sound, we share some of that as the experiment goes on. All right, so many experiments to do, so much to learn, so much to do, and play with the science of it all.
And I feel like I'm just turning 30.
So this is a episode of episode 3 Science of Sound
I think
series
it's
we did,
everybody's responsibility.
and Ominous is part of each.
Responsibility of their own well-being. You know what I mean? We all, some of us might smoke too much, or some of us might drink too much, but ultimately, in the end, we're the ones that are responsible for our own good health. In the end, it's not anybody else but yourself. So, do something.
Oh man, Justin Trudeau, he's an embarrassment to your whole fucking nation, dude. Like,
he really is.
Well, somebody had to say it.
Sorry,
Definitely
man.
true. You know, like
I'm not saying that Joe Biden's exactly,
agree, but
whenever he's awake, maybe he might do
is he doing any better?
It's tough to tell.
Boy, I'm glad I don't have Joe Biden's son.
That's it, man. You know,
He's got
my
big
kids
shoes
grew
to
up
fill,
to be
eh?
happy.
Big clown shoes to fill.
Well, since we're going there and YouTube and Facebook are still letting us stream, what a crime that they come out now and claim, oh, that wasn't Russian disinfo. I actually, and Amber, you can verify, watched lots of the Hunter Biden laptop leaked vids when they first came out, and I am traumatized and scarred for life from what we saw.
Yes, already.
Yeah, well, trauma is something that.
Oh my goodness! And now look at what we're being targeted. And it randomly cuts out as we were on that one song. I forgot that part was in the Science of Sound. Apparently, they don't want us talking about that, so we'll skip ahead to another part and see if it
Nothing
loads.
else to do, so it's always there.
I wrote a rap. I wrote a rap song, and now I'm trying to find it on here. It was on my document, so it's on the other.
If you could come up with the lyrics, I'll give you a good beat right now.
All right, so like, let's
something
do
mid-tempo. Just give me an idea. I'll give you a beat, and then you just lace your lyrics over.
Let me go with the lyrics. I'm gonna save.
If we got the time, I don't want to steal away. If there's a schedule, I don't want to This is okay. That's fine.
No, we're doing this.
Oh, we're good. It's all good.
Okay. No. I just.
In the meantime, I will play a short clip on acoustic levitation for the Science of Sound, because that's what
We are
Those
like
are
a boy in
acoustic
a depth
levitators.
below.
All right.
I know that song. That's one I always do too. Or this one. Early morning, rising to the street.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Me put that
You gotta crank out.
on my feet. But to find the reason things went wrong.
So, do something about it. Start researching stuff. That's outside the mainstream science. And that's what I did with the water machine. So
Lamestream science.
Yeah.
Introductory steps for some. It's like anything. Music, you like it, but then you go a little bit further down the rabbit hole and you find out there's more. I think that algorithms and a lot of things, science especially, once you start going down that hole, you start branching into your interests, and then you go further down those, and then you never know what you might find, especially with what they're working with quantum physics and all that kind of things that make sound vibration kind of, it's all part of a big, larger scheme of things. It's really interesting hearing everybody talk about it too, especially, and sound vibrations to me is interesting because you never know, if those can be, again, used on a bigger scale towards something that could be harmful.
Yeah, like water and sound go hand in hand. If you take a really powerful speaker and you put it near a cup of water, just watch what happens to the water, how it reacts. It doesn't matter if it's in a glass or not, it's going to react to sound. So that's why I use signal generators to program the water with 432 hertz sine wave. And, the water does react to this frequency. Everything is frequency. And Tesla knew this a long time ago. Energy, frequency, vibration. He says, if you know those three and how to use them, you got the keys to the universe. That's a quote. That's a quote from Tesla. So, very relevant today. He knew this over a century ago. So,
well, yeah, the large concept of frequency is, it's large. It's very large, and it's compelling as far as music is concerned, or frequencies, like say like going to a music or like a theater, having that surround sound and enjoying that experience so much more. But it's because of that frequency giving you that.
And Rick Lambert, if you're still listening, I'm booking Rex Fair with League Project probably for the 6th or 7th series of sound episodes of the podcast to do he'll do a big presentation on all of his research over the decades on 432 Schumann resonance and monitoring the different levels in it throughout time and whatnot. So I was thinking that would be a perfect episode to also have you on.
It goes up and down like this, so you got to be like, you can't be right in front of the speakers. If you're a good 40 feet, you get that effect more.
And
it's like upon the frequency. No,
for everyone else, we're making for everyone tuning in. We're currently making MonoAtomic Silver Gold on the left, which I believe is actually the Philosopher's Stone combination.
I could only imagine your fellow experience
speak of,
and the peak
and we're playing and highlighting part of episode 3 of the Science of Sound.
But you don't get the effect when you're hanging right at the front. If you just go back a bit,
again,
because of those frequencies,
featuring
it hits you at a
myself,
certain point.
Mike from
So
Faraday
sometimes you miss
Research,
exactly
as well as Richie Double
that's why when
from
you see the person who's doing like all the tech,
007
YouTube
around, channel, and
his
he
iPad,
is out in
he's
the
walking
Canary
farther
Islands.
away to hear the sound. That's
Wonderful,
how he's doing
wonderful
all of
person,
it.
and
He knows that frequency is going to hit him on that
Sarah,
so he can hear exactly what he needs to
who
tweak
does
so instead of walking right in front of it.
the science and monitoring
that's
of
why
brainwave sleep patterns and different
theaters that they
crazy
were making,
sound
the science that went into designing
techniques
theaters,
of
that
hypnosis
didn't matter where
and
you
all of
sat in the
that. So it
theater,
will be a
you
great
were going to
episode
get the
coming
optimum
this
performance
Saturday,
of the
episode
sound.
4. We're currently watching
So you can
episode
look
3.
at, Roman history,
After about 10 more minutes of
how they
this,
were
I
making
will
it.
then
Even
put
the
on
churches too. They were
part of
designed
the
to
12-hour
emanate
stream that I
that
did the other
sound
night,
of the organs,
and
in a
there's a
certain
lot,
area
just
of the
free
church.
her
So,
15-hour stream it
as
was
long as you
actually,
were in that
but
area, you
there's
were
some
going to
crazy
get
good
the
stuff in that,
effects.
so I'll play some highlight
And
clips.
people believe certain frequencies were healing them of illness. So yeah.
Ken, do you want to do a little bit more for everyone?
Yeah, but it depends. Do you want me to do something like more faster or more slower for our audience here? What do you think?
A little bit of everything, if you don't mind. I think
Okay, sorry. That stalled a good 3 seconds for me to figure out something, and I managed to come up with. Hang on. That's gold. Gold in the name of science. Just in his name's ominous. Just breathe. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, come on. Yo. Back to you, Bernie.
That was freaking amazing. And
I hope that was all right.
Everybody is absolutely loving it.
Okay, as long as they didn't mind it.
Oh my goodness, no.
I'm sorry, can you start over again, please?
I could if they want me to, but I don't want to be annoying because I know how.
Backwards, though.
I won't go longer.
So good.
Yo, what's that on his hat, man? He's a scientist. What he's doing with those beakers? Break him, break him. Okay, I really gotta stop.
That was just so amazing. I think you've left everybody speechless.
Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. It's part of the show with frequency. I hope it gave the positive vibes that we were talking about earlier to you.
Hey,
Even if the
Bernie.
negative ones, well, then that one. We just initiated an experiment, and now we're getting the results. This
Hey,
is good.
Bernie.
There's relevance.
It's what's needed in these days and times.
Hey, Bernie.
Yep, I agree.
Bernie, I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna be leaving my wife's aunt's house, and
Yeah.
if I get back home and you guys are still on, I'll join back in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There we go. Yep.
Well, tin is just a mixture of metals, I think, anyway, right?
Well, yeah,
No,
a lot of tin
is
is in.
an
Stable.
element.
There it's stable, and here we can make it rotate. If I just drop the frequency a little bit, bring it up a little bit, change that wave interference, make it rotate the other direction, bring it back down, reach that stable point, try to make it rotate the opposite direction. There we go. Now, if I let it spin too fast, it's not exactly a balanced piece of foil, so it'll fling it right out of there. But
Yeah, like blow itself out almost.
right, but here I can make it change direction and bring it back up.
Is that just by changing the frequency or the flow?
No, the frequency is fixed at 40,100 cycles per second. But by controlling the phase angle, I can control where those waves are hitting because it's not a simple piece of foil, so I can control the spin direction.
So you probably could do it. You probably could do it if you had a protective suit. You were saying that would be harmful for your ears. If you wore a protective suit and it had like of a magnitude of that size, you could levitate a human without harm.
At a high enough frequency, your eardrums might be okay, but what probably wouldn't be okay is the phase conjugation that happens underneath the skin. Those sound waves can add up as they're attenuated through the water in your body, and they can build very, very high amounts of stress. So that would be my concern, is what actually happens to the body and the internal organs if something happens to be just the right size to resonate.
So so you have like octaves in music. Is that just something that we recognize, or is that I know the reason why music works is because the waves are like somewhat similar or half a wave. I wonder if you were to drop it down to like a low enough octave where we couldn't hear it, it wouldn't hurt us. If it would still levitate it. I don't know. You know, I might be using the wrong.
Well,
So
the frequency of the wave, the higher the frequency, the more the energy.
Huh?
Yeah,
And
the
there's also,
slower it is, the
breakdowns, so
more energy it's going to impart.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Well, what
you-
about the other way? If you go up,
The
I guess
other
that's
way,
when it's
yeah, There
dangerous.
should be some frequency that would not be harmful. I would
Yeah.
think, because it would be it would only like impact the outer membrane of the skin, for example.
Yeah.
And then you just put earplugs in.
Yeah. And you might not really hear anything. You might feel it at that point, really, more than hear it. I don't
So
know.
check out my my levitator and look at notice that
I know, yeah.
Look at my notice that the piece of foil above is spinning a lot faster than the piece of styrofoam is.
Next time you find an ant, put an ant in there and try to keep him alive.
No, I'm into non-violence, dude. I don't want to.
Or a human cadaver, just cut out the eardrum and see if like it ruptures your eardrum. Because if it's enough force to lift your entire body, I think it could rupture your eardrum.
I bet you it would make
quite
an
easily.
ant float, maybe.
Yeah, but
Do you
why?
think you'd feel powerful?
Well, just to see like what happens to it, you know.
Probably be very just confused as fuck as
Yeah,
to what
you
was
would.
going on at that present
Be the
point in
only
time.
ant that's ever been through that. Be a pioneer.
Maybe not though.
This ant is making.
Maybe not.
Let's test the limitations of ants to vibratory mechanics.
I'll volunteer.
Because the ITL serves, so you'd have to test them throughout because they would change.
I'm gonna see if this beetle might, or a wing of it might,
Or a roach, a
levitate
small
when I
roach.
get
That's
my
scary.
levitator.
Looks like a large
Flush
tick
it
or
out
something.
and see.
Fuck, that would scare the shit out of me.
Looks a lot
When was
bigger
that,
when you
Bernie?
shove it up like that.
Yeah. And then
That was really
once we can
humongous.
do it with sound, we have to do it with photons and light, and do it with light because you can.
Keep
I
movie
believe
magic,
maybe
people, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful. This is the business.
this is like how they suck the cattle up into the UFOs.
Could be.
That's an interesting story all on its own.
I think
Yeah,
that's the
actually, you know what? There was an incident like that happened up in Aurora, Ontario, Canada, back in I believe it was the 60s.
Uh-huh.
Oh, really?
And,
Oh, there's a couple stories in Canada with UFOs. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
actually, yeah,
fascinating. They're really cool.
They were into barbecue too.
they were the barbecue.
Well, They have the ones recorded where the organs are missing, but they also have some other people that have some other explanations for that as well. So it's debatable.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
aliens just like barbecues. Huh?
Yeah, I think that's it. The proof is, see, I'm an archaeologist, and so when we find bones, that's the first thing we look for is for cut marks or a saw cut bone. That proof it was a barbecue.
Laser beam mounted right now.
You're an archaeologist, in those years, have you found a giant skeleton? A giant?
Giant skeletons? No, no giants. Found a lot of cow skeletons and deer and horses and cats.
But have you dug up any ancient mounds or pyramids?
No. I have had a human. I have dealt with human remains.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a lot of hidden pyramids in Serbia.
In where?
That's cool.
In Serbia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bosnia Herzegovina.
Yeah, it's part of Serbia.
Well.
Oh, in Serbia, there's a bunch of hidden pyramids.
Yeah.
The Bosnian pyramids, and then it connects up through all of Serbia. And
are they aligned with stars as well?
Well, a lot of
it's is that why we bombed them?
Yeah. Hey.
There's also a bunch off the Crimean coast.
Aliens.
Love it, Jeremy. Love it.
That's good.
It's
He's an interesting character. You should see him now. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, I like that. Bernie.
Yeah.
Where's that place called again?
Got earbuds in.
This is the Medicine Hat Badland Guardian. So it's actually
Medicine
in Alberta,
Hat
right by where I live. Only 100
Oh, that's cool.
He's got iPods. Yeah, he's got earbuds
Right,
in.
yeah,
How
he's
did they
actually
predict that they were going to have the white?
That's
white
not
cord?
an earbud.
Well, it's an oil derrick, but this photo
Yeah.
got famous known as the Indian earbuds or the Indian iPod.
Yeah.
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 You know who introduced those to him?
This is like an
Steve
Apple
Jobs is
advertisement
looking
that's
down.
waiting to happen, dude.
Steve Jobs
No, it
looking
was,
down and smiling.
You're gonna see this
It
on
was
like
John Teeter.
subway ads in New
John
York
Teeter is
City,
like, hey, I went too far.
iPod.
You get the joke? Get the joke? Okay.
John Cena and the
Where the fuck
butterflies.
is
missed it.
earbuds, dude?
Sorry.
Come on, man.
John Teeter, the time traveler.
I'm telling you guys. I have a theory.
Of all the John Teeter lore, I think the most interesting piece of media release that is posted by him was this picture, a very low quality picture of a laser beam that is passing over the top of his head, and it's making a huge curve downwards, which I thought was particularly interesting.
It's what got me thinking too. That one picture, though. That one picture. It was, it's neat.
You know, I wonder if you can find that. You can find that laser beam picture where he's trying to use that as a justification.
It's just a regular dude, and it's going like this, and it's curving. Yeah, you're right. But I don't know. Can you do like tricks with that? Like, can you? Like, do you know? Like, I'm always trying to figure ways. Like, I want to believe, but I'm skeptic, so I always want to try to find ways to disprove it. So I wonder if there's ways you can curve that beam, like with the photograph. You know. It was in the late 90s, early 2000s, so it'd be harder to do. That's the thing. The older it is, I think, the harder it is to fake it. It's easier to fake it now, but back then, if you can make it like that, it makes you question it a little more and investigate a little further, I think, you know?
Welcome, Third Phase. Pleasure to have you, boys.
Hey guys, what's up? Looking, everybody's doing some exciting stuff here, man. You started off just doing a little jam sesh, but man, I'm seeing some pretty cool.
Well, you know, we're gonna have to end it
cool.
with an epic jam sesh with all of you guys now that you're here.
Yeah. Brett was just saying maybe we're recording some music, but we don't have any lyrics on there. Maybe we could just send you that that track that we just jammed to, and then you guys could I don't know, come up with some lyrics. Might be fun.
It's always good to start something from scratch, though. No reference. Start something from scratch. That's always the best way to go, and then it's just fun. It's pure
Yeah,
creativity.
give me a topic and I'll just go, dude. Like I do that all the time. I have a rap here that I wrote, and because remember you said that there was
It's a good
Cardi
one,
B was
Jordan.
hosting some thing, so like I used the Cardi B song and I wrote a whole UFO rap, and now I gotta find it.
Well, maybe you could listen to this music and come up with the lyrics, and then we could send it over to Michael so he could sing it. I don't know. Michael Rozier from Dark Hour Paranormal. He's our lead singer for our band.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Have you ever seen any of our music videos?
I see a couple of them. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen any in a while, man. You got like, are you guys doing them consistently?
Yeah, we're trying. Unfortunately, our drummer, we did that album in a month. We did the 12 songs, 5 music videos, and it just came out of nowhere. We're like, we dabbled with the guitar 15 years ago and played with it for about 5 years, but kind of 10 years ago we kind of gave it up. Just like, there's so many great musicians out there. We're not going to compete. We're not going to be able to do anything of substance. But for some reason, after we got this thing,
your music is soul, brother. That's all it needs. All music, just that rhythm mixed with soul.
Yeah, and man, we just like all of a sudden just started to play the guitar, and we recorded it, and we're like, this is something. We never really recorded any of our music. Then we sent it to our drummer friend, and he did this really cool drum set along with all these kinds of cool sounds. And then we're like, wow, that's amazing. And then we're like, maybe we could get somebody to sing it. And then that's where Michael from Dark Hour came in, and we sent it to him over there in Boston. So again, we did all this remotely, and it's crazy.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. We gotta go meet up with him, man. Like, we should be recording with him for all of his stuff. I could write lyrics for you guys like that.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna get my lyrics for this song. I just to share with you guys that I got so far. You guys gonna flip out.
I'd like to JP. JP is JP here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, JP, man. So you devised this contraption prototype yourself, basically?
Well, yeah, Bernie sent me a text message saying, hey, we're going to do this show about sound. So I'm like, okay, let me see what I got sitting around. So about 5 or 10 minutes later, I threw this little thing together and hooked it up to the signal generator, and that's what we've been staring at. It's not particularly interesting, but hey, for all the cheap parts and for a couple of minutes of assembling and soldering, it's not too bad for super glue.
Yeah, not bad for super glue. So, how heavy is this foam, would you say?
Extremely light. And like I said,
there we go.
Those transducers is probably using about 1/10 of a watt. So we've got about,
Would it be possible to do the mathematics of upscale? Because that's my question tonight.
I guess you weren't here for the earlier part of the show, but I was mentioning I used a 100-watt transducer to lift a 7-gram cup out of a resonating chamber.
So I'm looking at something, I don't know, amusement park level. I don't know. Again, you're talking about the dangers of the frequency and what it could do to the human body. But again, we don't know, because right now we're just dealing with styrofoam. So we're not dealing with anything biological at the moment. So is it a fact that it would damage biological life?
Or
are we just
squeeze stuff?
Well, if you can do it right and protect those eardrum rupturing frequencies, then you might be all right. You know what I mean?
Like a suit. That's what I was saying before.
What about if they're deaf? Like we could
So
do
I'm
sign
playing
language.
a video of cymatic frequency and water right now, and that would be the issue, is that if you're blasting that strong of sonic frequencies through your body, that it might literally rupture your cells from the motion.
So like, all right, so we also got to mitigate the brain cell and eyeball rupturing frequencies as well. All right,
blood cells,
noted,
veins.
Well, just like
capillaries,
capillaries,
testicles.
Yeah, all that fun stuff, right?
You know what I mean?
Get sterilized.
This is what I'm afraid that.
This is what we're looking at: the disruption of the
plasma,
volume.
right? Plasma.
You know what? Your balls rupturing and the levitation. machine while you're flying.
See this
Listen, look, you could fly for 20
Sounds
minutes,
like an
but
experience.
balls might rupture.
Well, this isn't conducive.
You go one of three ways.
I always thought that like if we made artificial intelligence and it wanted to control us, it would do it through the resonant frequencies.
Yes,
through your balls.
It would be
Hey,
100%.
believe me, the military.
Yes, they have military satellites.
The military
that
has all the
broadcast
data on ball
frequencies.
rupturing frequencies.
Yeah.
Believe me. Yes, they do.
What is it? The Havana syndrome? What is all that about?
Oh, that's
Right?
just,
It could be exactly this.
Yep.
You know.
So we're looking at the device, and again, it's such on a small scale. There's no danger to DP at this moment, even when he's messing around with it at a close, because there's no wattage coming. But then again, what if we were able to just to build it up and we work with a styrofoam ball that weighs 300 pounds?
Yeah.
What would that cost to do that? Whether any biological, we're not dealing with biological. Let's just
300
start with a
pounds. Yeah.
styrofoam ball that weighs 300
300
pounds.
pounds.
Yeah, it's a big guy. We gotta go there.
All right, yeah, 300-pound styrofoam ball. You know,
Aluminum would probably be able to handle heavier weights over the styrofoam just to its static principles.
Yeah, true.
What about like even, I was saying earlier, and people might have thought it was a joke, but felines and cat hair have a really nice static charge. Maybe there's other kind of
we could
material.
start with
that's
cat.
better.
Also, like,
I agree.
what about the shape of the tinfoil? Like, if you shaped it in like a cone or something, like two cones
You work your way
faced
up to
together.
a tic tac.
There we go. I've got total control over it now.
Anyone have a cat that we could?
Now I
What
can
if you
control
know?
everything.
Let's start with Pinky, Mark's lab dog.
Of course, right as I say that, right? Total control over it. That's exactly when I knock it out, and of course, it was because.
So what's a price tag though, guys? That's what I'm saying, because we have friends that have like, they say if you could figure something out, and I know this is, I'm not sure, but they've got big bucks, and again, there's science here. There's something going on, and if again, how much money would it create? Like I said, to levitate this a 300-pound any object.
You get some
It doesn't have to be
NFTs
styrofoam.
Hey, Bernard.
Exchange. You can probably get some.
Well, if you wanted to levitate something heavy, I think that you would be using a little bit more than just putting some. There we go. Yeah, now I can bring it up and lower it with a lot more control.
If we can float
I
a
think
Saint
this is
Bernard,
what
I think we'll get
Hutchison
some
was
money.
working on too, right? If you watch some of the old videos with Hutchison and his levitation experiments, he's using acoustics, he's using rotating electromagnetic frequencies, and he was just getting that right combination. He was able to lift 50-pound cannonballs off the ground. So
yeah,
maybe it's a
I know you're very skeptical of that, Jeremy. But
Jeremy, do
I've
you believe
actually
the
been
Hutchinson
talking to
effect?
Hutchinson. Yeah, and I've been
believe
talking to
that
John. We're going to do
there
a
are
couple
some video
streams here
effects.
coming up in the near future, and I'm going to bring that up with him.
What about this grab a flyer,
when we
dude?
talk
We got a
about
whole group.
APEC,
We
his
have a
wife-
whole group dedicated to this, man. They've got like 1,000 posts a week easily, and they have got
each
no.
piece.
What
Where
about
they go?
what's that guy's name who did it all by himself? He moved all the rocks. That's all in at nighttime. What was his name? He said that he was
Scallon.
able to move the rocks.
Edley Scallon.
He did it for his
So what do you think
girlfriend that
about-
never came home.
Yeah, the 16. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Coral
that's pretty
Castle,
crazy.
that's all on that.
Yep, he had, but there was a guy
Really?
who did like the mechanics and the leverage and the calculations on a lot of the stuff, and was like, oh, you could do this with what he had with the chain hoist, like combined, because he used a 30-ton hoist combined with like a 10-ton hoist.
But isn't that an enhanced amount of this experiment right here, with heavier objects and moving them with like at ease?
I don't know, because there's been talk about like this,
How goes
like.
the story though?
But how do you do that? How has anyone?
By
has anyone
yourself.
done
There's
this?
like 5 foot.
Hey guys,
very
I got a
wide
split.
Going
It's
through.
good talking to you guys. Keep up the music. Let's keep in touch.
Oh, hold on. You guys got to do a
Oh
quick
yeah. I got
gotta
the,
go,
I
I
got the
gotta
lyrics
go.
now, man.
So
Let me
let's
show you.
All right, so I'm gonna pause the Science of Sound series episode 3 there. Science Sound episode 4 is oh, you can't even see me. Here we go. Is this Saturday, 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Pacific, 10% Eastern. God damn. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ominous, myself, Mike from Faraday. We will have Richie, Sarah, and I believe several other special guests as well. Okay. So look forward to that. Had a little bit of a bong hit there, 4:20 in the morning. It was, and now I have forgotten momentarily what I was doing. All right, what are we sharing next? Some weekend at Bernie's. This was the 15-hour stream. We got Richie Rich right here. I think I'm explaining some alchemy where I'm about to get this going. And yeah, so the big thing to notice in this reaction with the monatomic gold and silver, one is the gold is floating up top next to the gold bar, a huge amount of silver accumulating on the bottom below the left of the coin, and that it's producing a very noxious, horribly smelling gas. It's the got to be some sort of hydroxide gold or silver hydrox, some sort of gas, but all the other reactions I've ever done with electrolysis, copper, zinc, iron, with silver, bismuth, none of them produce this horrible gas. Only the gold and the silver together. But this reaction here, that is possibly the philosopher's stone. So let's play a little, share a little of the 15-hour weekend at Bernie's while we continue watching the process of monatomic gold and silver.
Structure and within its, its underground network community assets, but then connects to all these other dark tunneled castles that are actually probably some satanic-ists, but there probably are also some like white-hatted esoteric good ones, like the my grandmaster that was. I still thinking about others, thinking about anything else. You're polarized and divided and want to just fight the other.
I think that's why that makes us here.
And play on your a few minute
of that array. And that actually brings up the conversation
down to repeatedly.
All right. There's just so much in that. I'm gonna, if you want 12 hours of epic, esoteric, and scientific talk, rewatch the 12 hours of this stream. But there's too much. Too much to try to find what I was looking for in this without having it preloaded, and it reminded me of something else that I wanted to watch and share, and this is some of Dan Winter's Charge Implosion and the Lost Art of Alchemy. Alchemy of Bliss, Death Companion, and it's from December 20th, so about 6 months old on Dan Winter's channel, and yeah, we will be playing and listening to this because, well, alchemy and alchemy.
That actually it was true that he had run off that they couldn't make it. Cool, but now
And Dan Winters is epic.
First, I want to say that there is a famous researcher, well known in the West today. His name is Joseph Champion, and he has evolved a service which he renders to alchemists, where he has a calculations table where he calculated the critical temperature plus minus 1/10 of a degree centigrade to permit alchemical isotope transitions, and predicted a few critical isotope transitions that if you keep this temperature really accurately over a long enough period of time and in the right conditions, you will create that little transmutation. You will transmute on the atomic level, atomic isotope fusion. Now, our team, and here we must credit Elizabeth Donovan, who's a physicist, worked for many years with us, and we have a research group on this. Elizabeth Donovan was the consultant with Roger Green, who invested in Rossi, some of the most famous fusion research on the planet. Elizabeth Donovan says that Rossi's famous fusion, LENR, low energy nuclear reaction, was never going to be controllable because he didn't properly identify his isotope transitions. In other words, even though what Rossi was doing was pumping hydrogen at pressure into a nickel powder matrix, and again at critical temperature, that, remember, you remember my equation for hydrogen, it proved it's fractal. So you pump hydrogen nano at pressure with the critical temperature into a nickel powder, you can definitely produce the non-destructive charge collapse down to the valence electron and nuclear symmetry of copper. And that's what Rossi was doing. And the physics is very clear. That's not a mystery. And you do get huge amounts of energy. But the isotopes on the way, the transition sequence, if you don't get it right, you will never regulate. And here is Rossi. So Elizabeth Donovan is up there with Roger, and they're consulting at the big conference in Switzerland. And Rossi simply did not understand his own isotope transitions. So Roger Green, breakthrough-technologies.com, and I recommend, he's a long-term partner. They have now taken a whole new team on that, and they're doing this fusion research. And they have a new team, and it's all based. Point being that Elizabeth Donovan produced a new spreadsheet which predicted not just the critical temperature for isotope transition, but the critical frequencies for every single commercially valuable isotope transition fusion reaction in the atomic table. It's incredible work in physics. I mean, Elizabeth Donovan's a genius. It's quite clear, and we're glad that he's with the team. It's a fabulous thing. So back to our short physics summary. What is alchemy? So the physics is that, and then this is, again, Vincent Bridges telling me personally the story from his vivid memory of the past lives, that they would take some of that red projective powder, and after they ran out of what they got from Jerusalem, they used some of the famous meteoritic stone from the streets of Prague to get the high dielectric material, so to speak. But anyway, a little bit of the super dielectric powder, the famous red powder, in the size of about a grain of rice, coated with a pure beeswax, which serves as a wetting agent when you drop it in to the superheated mercury, which, remember, is only one electron different. The nucleus is the same, to make gold. And what you needed was non-destructive charge collapse. Now, we believe there's probably a frequency that would catalyze as well as a critical temperature. But the point of a super high dielectric material, that ground up cobblestone, is that it is a perfectly efficient capacitor, which means it catalyzes the charge cascade down that implosive cone of non-destructive charge collapse, which defines alchemy. Now, Alchem, I will raise a Shem unto the Lord. It's all about making these implosive cones. And so at this point now, so we're kind of transitioning out of the history story, and I recommend the rest of the history story. If you go to the top of the link at Alchemy of Fusion, you'll see that there's actually a screenplay that goes with this, and there's more of that history story. But now we have visuals that go with the science story. And now, so here I'm going to hit share screen. But before I do, hey, anybody have questions? And before we go on here, we got a lovely group here. I'm happy to, is it less of a monologue, you know, any questions so far?
Riel, brother?
Yeah. So in a lot of the history of like Sumerians and Enki and Enlil, understanding why humans have been so obsessed with gold, do you think that these alchemists discovered it themselves, or is this a part of like us humans being genetically engineered and given the ideas of how to create gold from what you're describing?
Well, the obvious place to go with that question might be Zecharia Sitchin, who I think got it wrong. But he did say, well, they made the Takadama, the humans, for slaves and snack food and gold miners because they needed the gold to repair the atmosphere on the home planet. And actually, there's a very good physics behind that, which is apparently a confused insight from Sitchin. But the physics that's instructive is that the gold in the grid is electrically phase conjugate and centripetal. And in fact, atmosphere maintenance requires keeping the Earth grid magnetically fractal. There's a whole book on that. It's called 2/3 by David Byers and David Percy, which says basically that you have to create embeddability, which is the phase relationship between planetary spin to zodiacal spin to stabilize the atmosphere on planets. So it was about atmosphere maintenance. And deep behind that is the physics that the nobility of completing the electron shells, the SPDF, when those shells are all complete, the gold atom can stand by itself as a monoatom. And the trick of enabling the gold atom to stand by itself was a spark gap. In that case, it was the gold wings of the Ark of the Covenant, creating a phase conjugate spark gap, which could then stabilize the gold atom in its monoatom state, making it edible. Showbread, the origin of Holy Communion, the mana, the spice. And indeed, that's the second part of Sitchin and the Dune story. Oh, where did all the gold go? They were eating it. Well, why were they eating it? Don't it make your eyes turn blue? Well, don't it make your brown eyes blue? Well, they actually, they said if you ate the spice, your eyes turn blue and you live forever, but there's some fine print. It says, oh, you may lose your soul. Well, that fine print actually had more to do with Thoth, who narrated very usefully a series of psychological exercises for those who were going to eat some of the gold powder to avoid fractionation of personality. And anybody who tried eating the gold powder of David Hudson can tell you part of this dangerous story. That stuff would burn a hole in your aura in a minute. And yet it's true. They used a shaggy red algae to render that monoatomic gold edible, because the algae would pre-digest. And then they would bake it and it would burn off the sulfur and then it would taste sweet. And that was called showbread. And that's the actual mana in the desert, the Holy Communion. So yes, the ancestors there was a use for that actually, and the Chinese today still eat some thin film gold, etc. So there is a role for gold powder in the diet if it's done carefully, and the Chinese can tell you about it. There's another question.
Yeah, there's a couple more here. Before we get to you, Nils, Rena asks, is that reaction what happens at Earth's core in addition to the rivers of mercury under Aztec pyramids?
The mercury in the pyramids had multiple functions. The ancients used mercury regularly in what at that time was a relatively primitive gravity propulsion drive, later became the Vimana and the Hanabu, which was a mercury vortex. So they were using mercury for that. And you see the mercury needed to be made piezo in order for the vortex to make gravity. And they were using a dopant to make an iron powder again, soluble in the mercury, which made it red, the famous red liquid of the Nazi bell. And so it was a vortex material, but also it had a role in alchemy. But its primary function was the pyramids of those, and there's mercury in, dozens of pyramids, China, there's all mercury in lots of them. And we know the physics is because you have a phase conjugate dielectric frequency signature in the Schumann harmonics pumping on this massive piezoelectric oscillator called the pyramid, which the ancients called the hummer. And the reason it was humming was because it was piezoelectrically imploding, compressing piezoelectrically, and the liquid mercury served as the pump wave, and that would compress, accelerate a longitudinal wave into an array around the planet, which is why the pyramids are in a dodecaecosa earth grid array, because it's longitudinal embeddability access at the fractal dodecaecosa sacred site nodes, enabling what was clearly a very effective global wireless power grid, which Tesla really didn't understand.
Whoa! Wow. Okay. Sorry. A couple more questions, if that's all right with you, sir. Scott asks, so superheated mercury is a vapor, correct?
Well, yeah, but the vapor is very dangerous for one thing, which is why the Hana Nazi belt was very dangerous. But the point of the heat at that point was not the vapor; it was to achieve a critical inertia, both in translation of mechanical inertia in the specific gravity of the mercury in the mercury vortex, which was Vimana and Nazi belt, but also then the dopant iron powder making it red enabled the critical inertial density of the magnetic flux through the red mercury. So you had, and we've actually produced gravity with the water vortex here. And if it's piezo, you can make more gravity. If it's mercury, well, I mean, this is crude compared to, that was called impulse power in Star Trek, but where the warp factor is a more, we did electron, but the warp power is a more sophisticated, where you can take a phase conjugate pump wave into a piezo crystal, which in Star Trek was called niobium, but it's actually lithium niobate, which is a phase conjugate dielectric helical z-axis crystal. And if you put a phase conjugate pump wave in there, you rotate the conjugator and you make gravity. It's a much more sophisticated form of gravity propulsion. But that's another lecture.
Thank you. Nils, please. We'll go Nils, Michael, and then just for the sake of time, Nat and Dan. We'll save your guys' questions for the end if that's cool. But yeah, Nils, please.
Yeah, so my question is, you were talking about Nostradamus and and lay on his cup on the bottom.
Yeah.
Could you explain that a little more?
Again, Vincent claimed to know where in Italy Nostradamus learned to make the correct coating for on the bottom of his scrying cup, which was a black obsidian mirror kind of coating. So not only was he using water in a cup, but the bottom of that cup had a magic coating, which made the scrying more phase conjugate to coherent longitudinal interferometry, which is ancestor memory and time travel.
Michael, please, brother. Oh, sorry, Nils, did you have more to?
No, I was just wondering how hard that is to recreate. But
well, you know, if you look at how the obsidian mirror of the Aztec work, which later became John Dee's showstone, it's introduction to why a phase conjugate mirror in physics, it makes time reversal and negentropy by measurement. But to understand how that is ancestor communication requires understanding how ancestor memory propagates in a longitudinal array, basically songlines dreaming track.
Michael, please.
With the piezoelectric of the pyramids, was the force going down, piezoelectric, down towards the earth with the pressure, or was it going up?
Well, essentially, you know, I proved by equation that the primary Schumann harmonics, identical with the brainwave harmonics alpha beta of Bliss, are a phase conjugate array necessarily tuned to the Planck threshold, which is where the transverse compresses into longitudinal. So it's, I mean, it's not DC, it's AC, and AC means up and down. But the point is that the geometry of that compression is such that it can achieve symmetrical centripetal force. The key there is to understand the transverse wave is never going to implode because it's going up and down as it hits the center, whereas the compressional longitudinal wave can compress perfectly from opposing directions, just like they had to do, which is why the first nuclear bomb was called implosion, because you had to get the compression waves arriving precisely from opposing axes of symmetry. And the physicists did understand why phase conjugate mirrors make negentropy. I mean, physicists know that phase conjugate mirrors make negentropy and time reversal, but they don't have a clue how. And that's how.
So the pyramids are not forcing with piezoelectric because it's pressure. They're not forcing it up or down. They're forcing it up and down.
It's resonance, yes. And
it's
essentially, the unified field says there is nothing but compression in the universe because there's only one media here, call it ether or capacitance. It's simply compression of charge. And you take that array and you make that compression broad spectral in phase conjugation, and you get broad spectral negentropy, which is why Therify works so well, because it's broad spectral phase. And then the pyramids, even, you know, when Sam in Bosnia measured the infrasound of that pyramid to document why the people coming from all over the world were getting bodily rejuvenation, it's because that infrasound is phase conjugate to the capacitance of the pyramid. And then he ordered the Therify. He understood, you know, that people are coming for negentropy. I will raise a Shem unto the Lord.
Now I'm working on piezoelectric within my body as I am flexing my mind, and my muscles in concert, piezoelectric towards my center. And creating what I feel is balance.
Or the beginning of bliss, centripetal force, absolutely. And if you look in the detail at the frequency signatures of Kundalini, goldenmean.info/Kundalini, which we're supposed to talk about later, when we get to the alchemy of bliss, that's exactly what we're discussing. Thank you.
Then maybe I'm misunderstanding Kundalini, because I've always understood Kundalini as spiraling up, and the way I understand the universe and how we're supposed to be doing is that the energy is coming from the sun down through us, and then we compress it piezoelectric down towards the center of the universe, and that is the flow of the whole mechanism.
It's just like the ice skater pulling in their hands to spin faster. So the frequencies of Kundalini start out as the low frequencies. If you measure the sacrocranial harmonics, which is the motor of Kundalini, and it fits my equation beautifully, and the low frequency of the breath, eventually that becomes a much higher frequency up the spine liquid pump. And then you have the ventricle horn resonances, the ringing in the ears. And that's all in detail with Power Spectra, goldenmean.info/Kundalini. And later, now we understand why Bob Gratch, when I was there, measured Kundalini in the microwave. And we know why. We know the physics. Because the actual microwave emissions of the adenosine diphosphate, 1.91 angstroms, perfectly fits that cascade. So eventually, the reason that feels like a lightning bolt is it became spin dense. And that is then when you radiate to a much bigger and bigger array and inhabit the large array, literally what it means to be in the next dimension.
Now, does it go up and down as well? Because I've had it to where it's knocked me down. The electrical force and shock has knocked me down.
Yeah, it can be dangerous, absolutely. And in my case, it felt like a burning hot torch on my pineal gland for years. I mean, yeah. And so the hygiene required to sustain that kind of charge, you know, the Kundalini is most often diagnosed as schizophrenia. Doctors don't have a clue, but the hygiene to support that kind of charge means a serious attention to diet and grounding.
And that's why my diet is extreme and super clean, and grounding is, I'm always pushing to the ground. Yep.
And then we make it a shareable wave. Great. We should talk more about it later, please. So any other questions now? Thank you.
Well, there's actually quite a bit more, but I'm thinking we'll save it for the end if that's all right. I'm just there in the chat here. I'm thinking if you'd like to continue.
Okay. Well, the next point was to share the visuals around the physics of physics, and that is an atomic table in the Munchkin Press keynote here, and that is slide numbers 64 to 69. See if I did my homework right here. Nope, I'm in full sequence. Okay, 64. So are you seeing
yes,
Mysterium Microcosm here?
Oh, Mysterium Microcosm?
Geometric basis for the periodicity of the elements. Oh, no.
Yes, that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, okay, geometric basis for the periodicity of the elements. Okay, so I'm just illustrating here from Lawrence Heck, 21st Century Magazine, which fits what the occult chemistry before them. Occult chemistry saw the 7 spins, 5 spins here, the perfect slip knot. It had 5 spins inside, 7 spins outside. This is merely a representation of the 7 spins of the tetracube on the outside and the 5 spins of the dodecacosa on the inside, the perfect slip knot, human heart muscle, etc. So that symmetry becomes literally the atomic table. So remember when Kepler on the bottom left here said, stable gravity is due to platonic nesting. Well, he was right, because implosive charge collapse is atomic nesting. So, Kepler thought the orbitals of the solar system made the platonic solids nest by radii. Well, actually, he had a clue, because in fact, that is how you stabilize gravity. Are you seeing that Kepler's model on the bottom left? Yes, okay, good.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so in more detail, first, this is the famous chemist Moon's work in the geometry of the nucleus. So the nuclear hadrons, protons and neutrons, are arranged, look at the top, tetracube octa ecosa. And you get the whole atomic table. So nest a tetracube in the octa ecosa, and you have the geometry of the nucleus. And by self-similarity from there, now we look at the electrons. So the electron shells, there's only 4 electron shells, SPDF. If you know the shape of SPDF suborbitals and you interdigitate them, you have all the orbitals. So there's only a few shapes for the whole atomic table, SPDF subshells. And they are the S suborbital, 2 electrons, 1 vortex pair, a donut with 2 teardrops. This is the actual latest subatomic physics, top right. The pi suborbital, everybody knows, is a tetracube. Why? It's 3 vortex pair, 6 electrons, 3 vortex pair, which is tetracubic. And this is the first thing your chemistry teacher should have taught you, so that you can visualize your chemistry by visualizing platonic solids. It's quite simple. And the DF suborbitals, which is the outer suborbitals, 5, 10 vortex pair, 5, 10 electron pair, 10, 14 electrons, are literally dodecaecosa. Even in the Armand Weiler's advanced work on the 7 pseudoaxial symmetry of the icosa. So to make it simple, the inside looks like the outside. That's what the atomic table is about. And so the atomic table is about implosive charge collapse. And later when we see the equation for how hydrogen is assembled, golden ratio, multiples of Planck, that is the structure of hydrogen, because it's about charge collapse. So when the clairvoyants saw the atomic table, before subatomic physics figured it out, that Leadbeater Besant saw this in occult chemistry, later became the Wilks-Eye perception of quarks in modern physics. And this is the charge collapse that's built into the atomic table. So when you complete the SPDF suborbitals completely, called gold, you have made a picture which looks like bottom right, a perfect vortex, catalyst for non-destructive charge collapse, the production of coherent longitudinal interferometry, the alchemy of spin, literally, pine cones kissing noses. So that's the, and then if we apply that directly to the physics of hydrogen, when we're in longitudinal compressed, we need now slide numbers 25, 36 to apply. Now here is the only sort of solid physics into tonight's conversation. This is a drawing of how phase conjugation happens in optics. You make lasers do this, perfect pine cones kissing noses, and it needs to take place in a permissive media called the phase conjugate dielectric, barium strontium titanate, or the philosopher's stone. And you get that pine cones kiss noses efficiently doing charge collapse all the way down to the Planck threshold, which is where you exchange inertia with longitudinal interferometry. So there's the Planck threshold where the pine cones kiss noses. And so then this is actually a picture of quantum holography, and this becomes the physics of why there are 3 pairs of primary colors, because phase conjugation is the reason color exists. And then this applies directly to the pine cone shape of the pineal gland, pining away, and we could do all that metaphor. So this is the equation. So now here's where we proved in my published solid physics, you can see the physics equations and my publications in the physics journal at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. And this is the newly proven by my new equation, top-down view of hydrogen. And by extension, what happens in the atomic table, because it's all tuned to hydrogen, it's all unpacked hydrogen, it's just the center bond of every DNA ladder rung and the center bond of water. So that is the phase conjugate implosive cascade. That is the reason hydrogen makes gravity. And that is effectively the reason anything is centripetal. So now you see what it is, cascading charge down that ladder non-destructively, where you do not lose inertia as you cascade down between electron shells. That is a non-destructive charge class, which is the core physics of alchemy. Now, here's where now we could, I'm going to stop this share. I need to switch to another PowerPoint. Here's where we could take that physics. That is just to say that Platonic nested, perfectly fractal charge collapse is the atomic table by definition, and the ability to transition inertia between electron shells non-destructively, non-destructive charge collapse, sometimes called cold fusion or isotope transition, or sometimes called alchemy, is the ability to move charge between valence electron shells non-destructively to make the charge collapse implosive. So what we want to do now is approach the spiritual psychology of that. And for that, we want the Sufi pictures. We want to ask a simple question here. See if I can get the right pictures. It says number 122. Close in full sequence. Picture 122. So the question on the table now is, if you were a Sufi, oh yes, numbers 120 to 122. Okay, here's the magazine journal. Are you seeing a picture of a Sufi now, I hope? Thank you. Thanks for nodding your head. Okay, so this is the article about the Sufis. Remember, I was trained by the Sufis, the Gurdjieff School, Claymont.org, Charlestown, West Virginia. I led Sufi dances for years at my farm, so hello, I'm a Sufi. And Sufis study physics, and here they are studying physics. So here's the question on the table. When the Sufi student goes to the master and says, test me, if I can do the spin without getting dizzy, that is proof my intention is pure. Which is proof I have made gravity. Now, let's investigate the physics of Sufi turning based on what we just learned. That if you can inhabit the spin without getting dizzy, it means you can create centripetal force, which means you are a shareable wave, which means the charge that is transferring between the outer valence electron and the center is cascading non-destructively, and therefore you become centripetal, and you've made gravity, and you didn't get dizzy, which any Sufi student knows is the first test you need to be a Sufi. And so why is that a test of pure intention? That's just simple. Why is that a measurement of a shareable wave? The memories in your hologram, if that wave is shareable, if they're serving collective survival, pure intention is literally the electricity of perfected phase coherence. And perfected phase coherence, remember, is fractal phase conjugation. So literally, when you lie still and you implode and you spit out a bunch of mucus, then you got to go pee. What you're doing is spitting out the unshareable part of the wave, which is the low dielectric, the spit, literally the mucus. So that the mucus is the low dielectric, and what remains is the high dielectric. And that is literally sorting for which waves are shareable, which means which part of your biology can withstand spin density, charge density, the alchemy of bliss. So now this becomes the alchemy of Kundalini, which is just to show you one picture from the leading to the question, beautiful question from Michael about the physics of bliss, just to share here. I have Safari, Fusion, okay. Firefox window, Kundalini conversation. So are you seeing a graphic of the frequencies, origin of biological, again, a yellow graphic, hopefully? It's a yellow graphic, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, so goldenmean.info/Kundalini. When we study the low frequencies of the spine liquid pump called sacrocranial, we study the frequencies of the brain waves of bliss, which are here, which are literally the frequencies of the Schumann harmonics, which are literally a phase conjugate cascade tuned by equation to Planck. So the breath harmonics, the spine liquid pump harmonics, the sacrocranial harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, and the Schumann harmonics are all one simple equation, Planck times golden ratio. And that creates a tuned implosive collapse frequency cascade, implosive spin density, which is the alchemy of bliss of Kundalini, literally. So here's more about the brainwave harmonics, 5 harmonics in golden ratio. And here is on the right, you can see these are the, let me see if I can move this screen over here. I need the keynote. Move this over. So you see in green and red, in red are the frequencies from my equation, Planck times golden ratio, simple. That's the red cascade. In green are the famous frequencies of the sacrocranial spine liquid pump. Remember, upledger, it is clinically impossible to be depressed if your spine liquid is pumping. And here are the frequencies of that spine liquid called the long wave tidals. And this is the alchemy of Kundalini. These are the drivers of Kundalini. This is the pump that drives this frequency signature up to the crown of the brain and fires that magnetic torus around the homunculus, which is the physics of Kundalini. I spent a lifetime on this with Ben Toff, my teacher on the physics of Kundalini. It's all there. So, alchemy of bliss? Yes. Now, this is supposed to lead to the alchemy of death. We have alchemy of spin, alchemy of bliss. Now we have the alchemy of death. So remember, what we've learned by studying death experience for half a lifetime is that successful death is absolutely an electrical black hole. It is necessary compression, very similar to the electricity of a blissful, successful birth. And the evidence for that is the Heinrich-Kluwe form constants and the infrasound that goes with what you see, the map of dying. And those pictures are, one more screen share here. I should gather these all in one, but let's go. Share this. Okay, so desktop share and keynote and alchemy of death. First, we show the genetic portion of that. And it's 219, 218 in full sequence. I've been doing lectures for too many years and I have too many of these keynotes. Sorry, just 1 second. But I wanted to show genetically the fun part is, here we go. This is what I want. Okay. So are you seeing a picture of DNA here, the double helix and black and white? Great.
Yes.
Okay, yep. Good. Okay. So actually, I did a bunch of graphics based on this here, where I took the ratcheting of DNA and I actually made a 3-dimensional model of this in Super 3D and animated in Macromind Director. I did those animations, but I want to make it clear and credit where I started, and that's with this article from my friend at the time, Ann Ting, author of Geometric Extensions of Consciousness. And from Zodiac Magazine, and when I asked her where she got the idea from, she said it was from this famous geometer Coxeter. Point being that if you model the nodal array that is DNA, the vertical increment of turn, I guess you can see it more clearly here. The vertical increment of turn is golden ratio. The horizontal increment of turn is golden ratio squared, and the radius of turn is golden ratio cubed. And that's not easy to see in this picture. Maybe we'll have a different one. But so that ratcheting of the dodeca down a helical slinky, which is DNA, all based on golden ratio, produces an implicate braiding algorithm. And if you see how the DNA fold or braids, it's a lattice cobweb tunnel spiral. So this is from the original literature on the geometric cycle of tensions of recursive braiding in DNA, and how structure starts with tetracubic, and the tetracube lifts up and rotates into dodeca, and that rotates into a helix. Now I had a better picture of that. I find my better picture of that. Braid within the braid braiding, and I think this is the animation. I can play the animation. So the implosion in DNA happens when this recursive braiding here is tuned to the phonon of the EKG, where heart coherence we measured measurably affects DNA braiding. So there's literally a fusion in the blood, which is the title of the article, fractal field electrons fusion in the blood, because of the recursive braiding in DNA eventually produces a toroidal magnetic X, literally, a toroidal DNA. Here's the picture of the toroidal DNA. And it becomes, the way DNA becomes toroidal is a recursive turning inside out called pelastration, where DNA is actually measured. And here's the photomicrograph of DNA in a torus. And the symmetry elements which enable that braiding is the alphabet, which is the shadows of the spiral on that torus, later called Lord of the Ring. And when that ring forms in your DNA, you have pure intention, and you're Frodo, you know. So this is an introduction to the alchemy of bliss process by a phonon-induced bliss from the brainwaves and heart coherence. So then in the actual death experience, remember we started lattice, cobweb, tunnel, spiral. We need, this is the last graphic here now. So alchemy of death. How is the symmetry proven in the geometry of successful death? Longitudinal compressed slideshow series number 160 to 166. Last visuals here. So here is, well, this was using Therify as an example. Here is the harmonic series that makes Therify.net work. This is the original Priory frequencies he used to heal thousands of cancers in France. And this is then applying my equation to that and making harmonic inclusiveness perfectly phase conjugate. And this is how we modulate the plasma in Therify.net, producing rejuvenation commercially in 25 countries. So, and this is that same harmonic series of the Schumann harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, and the tree harmonics, and the pyramid harmonics. They're all the same harmonic, and they're all implosive. But we were looking for the death harmonics. Let me see if again, last visuals here. Must be 160 over here in this slideshow. Alchemy of death, 219, 249, 244, 249. So what I wanted to show you was the Heinrich Kluffe form constants as reported by near-death experiencers to cement this idea that there's a geometry to dying which is replicable and teachable. There is a map to death. 244. Fine. Sorry. I'll get my show together over here. So this is from the article goldenmean.info/immortality. And this is first my friend Professor Korotkov measuring the number of hours after death for the aura to leave the body, confirming the Tibetan Book of the Dead by using cadavers. And as you see, it was 10 and 36 hours if the death was peaceful. And he's mapping the plasma body of the soul as it leaves the body and where it goes and why it goes where it goes. And we know the ghost, when the ghost leaves the body, it necessarily must find what's called the sacred space, the place of power, which is the place of implosive charge compression, which is the only way this ghost gets delivered or it's stuck. And Therify is famous for delivering stuck ghosts for that reason, because implosive charge compression is what allows them to achieve distribution to the longitudinal array, which is ancestor memory. Otherwise, the plasma of the ghost is stuck. Now, if the death is beautiful and peaceful and well-breathed, then there's a sequence of visions seen in the alchemy of a successful death which is from Heinrich Kluwe's famous extensive in-depth studies called the Heinrich Kluwe form constants. And dying people, and also some LSD experiencers report the same thing, they see lattice cobweb tunnel spiral. Now, you remember just a minute ago when you saw lattice cobweb tunnel spiral in the braiding algorithm of DNA imploding. So here's lattice cobweb tunnel spiral, well reported in the death literature. And here's DNA doing that. And the reason your DNA is doing that, the same reason you see your entire life compressed, passing before your eyes at the moment of death, is because you're trying to achieve that compression into distribution. And at this point in the conversation, I often credit my friend Danny Schreiber, who died a few years ago, and his lucid dreaming partner reported in their conversations after his death that not only did he confirm seeing those geometries during his death, but he reported an additional component, which is very insightful, which was that there was a deep, powerful sound, an infrasound, a beat. And we can even predict what that beat was, hint flameinmind.com/flameandsound, the perfected implosive infrasound that accompanied the visions during death. So he heard the rumbling as well as saw the vision. And what was going on was implosive compression necessary to enter that compressional array, literally the high voltage of the longitudinal array of heaven, the ancestors, planes of Shalom. So the alchemy of death is the same, it's implosive spin compression. So this has only been a thumbnail sketch, but we have shown there's a parallel between the history of alchemy, the physics of alchemy, and the spirituality of alchemy, which is all about successful implosive charge compression, which increases information density and therefore charge density and therefore spin density and therefore distribution. And not only is that called going, into heaven, hey ave, where the breath of charge takes flight, but also what's meant by going to the next dimension, we now know quite literally what it means. If you took the frequency signature, the increase in the number of harmonics in the power spectra tells you how many dimensions you're in. And it's even called densities. Well, the densities are phase conjugate to Planck. So this business about ascension, going to the next dimension, is literally the ability to inhabit the charge compression of a lightning bolt, literally the stillness of bliss. So that was a little thumbnail sketch of the science of alchemy. I would encourage you to use the articles on the web, fractalfield.com/alchemy of fusion on the alchemy, goldenmean.info/kundalini on kundalini physics, goldenmean.info/immortality on the science of death. And there's much more at flameinmind.com on the implosion brainwave harmonics, and therify.net on the plasma science. So, thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm just going to start from before. Let me scroll back up here just to make sure I get everybody's questions here. This one comes from Nat. There are a lot of references to biblical mana, M-A-N-A, being monoatomic gold. Is this the same alchemical gold that you speak about, sir?
Yes. At Rennes-le-Chateau, there's pictures of these little pine cone shapes in which the gold powder was served. It was a full service city of the dead. And the monoatomic gold, the mana, the ormes, the spice, is a form of, see, the reason that gold only becomes digestible in its monoatomic state is because it then becomes soluble. And that's why they baked that showbread, that sulfur mana. And actually, I have to credit my friend Chaz of priestessalchemy.com, who made the gold powder for Pat Flanagan, my friend, before he died, and really understood some of the mistakes that David Hudson made. But it's true. It's about gold becoming stable electrically in the monoatom state, which happens in the presence of implosive capacitance, the spark gap of the Ark of the Covenant, for example. It is a mono gold atom, and it can be high solubility. We should, in terms of astral hygiene, we should emphasize that the reason that David Hudson's product was so dangerous, it was purely chemically created, and it would literally burn a hole in your aura. It was the opposite of a natural product. Whereas the natural forms, the ormes amulets, which is agricultural ormes from deep seawater, that milky precipitant, or the
Oh my God! Did you just hear what Dan Winter said? We're gonna have to replay that. Am I the one that is now making this monoatomic through the pure water of the way of the ancients, unlike David Hudson's chemical process? This is absolutely fascinating. Let's take another rewind listen.
Same, it's implosive spin compression. So this has only been a thumbnail sketch, but we have shown there's a parallel between the history of alchemy, the physics of alchemy, and the spirituality of alchemy, which is all about successful implosive charge compression, which increases information density, and therefore charge density, and therefore spin density, and therefore distribution. And not only is that called going, into heaven, hey ave, where the breath of charge takes flight, but also what's meant by going to the next dimension. We now know quite literally what it means. If you took the frequency signature, the increase in the number of harmonics in the power spectra tells you how many dimensions you're in. And it's even called densities. Well, the densities are phase conjugate to Planck. So this business about ascension, going to the next dimension, is literally the ability to inhabit the charge compression of a lightning bolt, literally the stillness of bliss. So that was a little thumbnail sketch of the science of alchemy. I would encourage you to use the articles on the web, fractalfield.com/alchemy of fusion on the alchemy, goldenmean.info/kundalini on kundalini physics, goldenmean.info/immortality on the science of death. And there's much more at flameandmind.com on the implosion of brainwave harmonics, and therify.net on the plasma science. So, thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm just going to start from before. Let me scroll back up here just to make sure I get everybody's questions here. This one comes from Nat. There are a lot of references to biblical mana, M-A-N-A, being monoatomic gold. Is this the same alchemical gold that you speak about, sir?
Yes. At Rennes-le-Château, there's pictures of these little pine cone shapes in which the gold powder was served. It was a full service city of the dead. And the monoatomic gold, the mana, the ormes, the spice, is a form of, see, the reason that gold only becomes digestible in its monoatomic state is because it then becomes soluble. And that's why they baked that showbread, that sulfur mana. And actually, I have to credit my friend Chaz of priestessalchemy.com, who made the gold powder for Pat Flanagan, my friend, before he died, and really understood some of the mistakes that David Hudson made. But it's true. It's about gold becoming stable electrically in the monoatom state, which happens in the presence of implosive capacitance, the spark gap of the Ark of the Covenant, for example. It is a mono gold atom, and it can be high solubility. We should, in terms of astral hygiene, we should emphasize that the reason that David Hudson's product was so dangerous, it was purely chemically created, and it would literally burn a hole in your aura. It was the opposite of a natural product. Whereas the natural forms, the ormes amulets, which is agricultural ormes from deep seawater, that milky precipitant, or there's a aloe-derived manalo product. There's many organic natural sources of ormes-like materials, which are very useful.
Thank you. I'm going to read a question from Daniel, just because he's been waiting for a while. Then we'll get to you, Michael. Daniel apologizes ahead of time for the length of the question, but he says his girlfriend, my girlfriend was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at 8 years young, and she recently realized this is a very karmic ancestral clearing that she's deciding to commit to clear up. Her epigenetic doctor told her she needs to produce beta cells and stem cells to reverse insulin sensitivity, but the USA does not allow this type of treatment. She has found that a very low fat and no refined carbs or sugar diet has helped stabilize her glucose levels. Unfortunately, she's at work, so she can't ask this personally, but she has literally manifested this opportunity to ask the creator of this technology and wanted to ask, how will Therify assist her body to reversing this disease? Is this the answer to her prayers, to have her body produce stem cells to reverse the killing of her own beta cells from this autoimmune disease? In her 2 15-minute sessions, she has felt the most intense sense of peace and expansion of heart. Does each session provide a week's worth of grounding? I know it's a long one, but
it sounds like she's tried Therify. You know, we're very careful. We don't advertise miracle cures. In fact, we don't advertise cures. It would be illegal. What we can say is we produce a plasma field which is negentropic and which serves the body implosively to increase self-organization. It's literally food for organs. Now, long-term use of Therify over a period of weeks, I would say, 9 minutes on, 9 off, 9 on, 3 times, and do that once or twice a day for, 4 or 5 days a week for a couple of weeks, and you might see long-term or chronic issues. You need longer-term use. And there are many correlates here. You need the excellent diet, as you're saying. You need excellent grounding, which means, read the book Earthing, some way to get your feet on the real earth. And because you got all that spin in your aura, you have to ground it in order to make it centripetal and increase the negentropy on the organs. It's true, you can help those organs regenerate. I mean, we have friends that are deep into this as well, and they use stem cell therapies in Mexico, which I understand are very helpful as well. And then we have some naturopaths who are very good with synergy and naturopathy to accompany this. So I would recommend some synergy with this. But, even some of the diabetic people here have reported Lukowski being somewhat helpful. And we know from the Lukowski coil professionals that Therify is like Lukowski, but very much more powerful and faster. So that kind of negentropy can re-stimulate a gland, but I would recommend some synergies, which would obviously be diet and grounding. And there are natural diabetic approaches which are well known, and I would recommend doing that in conjunction with. So I think Therify could likely be helpful in synergy with a broad spectral approach.
Thank you. That answers your question, Dan? Awesome. Michael, please, brother.
I just wanted to ask, when I focus on, I can feel myself falling through space, and I feel the planets falling through space, and I'm curious if this ties into any of your math. I can literally feel everything falling through space in a spiral, and my gut tells me that at one point I will reach the center of that spiral and then be spiraling out the other side. And that is part of the...
You're feeling charge collapse. That's a good thing, but to remain grounded and sane in that process is not simple. In my teacher Bentoff's intense Kundalini, he would first feel, actually any Sufi tells you must track the center of gravity through your feet to the center of the planet with your attention, which is implosive charge collapse. And then any advanced shaman would tell you that you will see a plasma worm, literally a cocoon, a tunnel, connect then to the center of the sun. And the advanced shaman will then see through the heart of the sun as if it's an eyeball. It is cool and inviting, and it's an eyeball. And the clairvoyants saw the Anu there, which we know why now. And that is why every single religion on the planet is called a sun god religion, because if you haven't grown up in your aura to inhabit the heart of the sun yet, you haven't graduated from kindergarten. And we led solar shaman journeys through the heart of the sun many years. First read Solar Heart Community at yahoogroups.com. And many came back dizzy, frankly. It's not easy to maintain your center of gravity as you get to the center of astronomic bodies. But we know, per Gurdjieff, that stars and planets experience gravity relations erotically. And when you begin to experience that, it's an indication of growing up. It does get trickier. Bentoff's second book after Stalking the Wild Pendulum, which is called The Cosmic Comic Book, is his story. He saw he felt the earth as a ringing bell, and then he asked the earth for the privilege of seeing through the eye of. And that's the kind of vision you can begin to have if you can remain grounded and nourished and, keep a sense of context. And that's a beautiful process. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm completely self-contained, both with my mind, my will, and my body as one in perfect balance. And it's totally comfortable. And I feel like I feel the falling through space with the planets as I'm my own celestial body in perfect harmony.
You're becoming a center of gravity. I would note that the place and time you do this are hugely important. If you have some kind of sacred space, that's really good. And sunrise, sunset, equinox, that's good because you get the longitudinal nodes. So you get more and more leverage in doing that and more telepathy.
Riel asks, the obsidian mirror, is that how Nostradamus made the prophecy predictions?
I believe Nostradamus used some kind of black glass coating parallel to the concept of obsidian mirror. The black mirror, what it allows the eye to do is achieve an illusory focus outside the head, literally a phase conjugate mirror, where there can be a convergence embedding of the longitudinal ray, which is named ancestor memory. So ideally, though, when you project the phase conjugate point outside your head, you have more astral hygiene problems, as did Dean Kelly and frankly Nostradamus. Whereas when you do it inside your head, the astral hygiene is simpler. The implosion is within. So projecting it outside the physics of scrying has more astral hygiene challenges. But indeed, a black mirror. Remember, the other thing about Nostradamus is generally we believe he was weeping for the pain of those whom he saw. And remember, it is compassion that implosion. In fact, there's a whole section for tonight's lecture that I actually didn't do, which is called the Alchemy of Compassion. And there's a picture of the implosive concentric toroids, the physics of where the voltage that causes the heart to fire comes from. And it's imploding toroids. And when they recursively turn inside out, your aura becomes bigger. And you said to your lover, I would turn myself inside out for you, darling. What you meant was you would feel for them. And that implosion, named compassion, is directly the physics of how how Nostradamus sucked the future to him. Intense compassion, which is why real evidence of evolution for humans is where the radii of compassion.
Rena asks, knowing successful implosion is necessary for death and to get into that family wave, if you will. How does the Skynet system and constant barrage of EMFs affect this?
Yeah, that's a serious problem. We just had our friends over and somebody accidentally left their Bluetooth and their Wi-Fi on, and we could feel the nausea immediately. And we live way out in the mountains here in South France and Australia. Unfortunately, most of our communication media today is the opposite of bliss. And it's because our scientists do not know that if you don't have bliss, you don't get an immune system, not to mention not getting immortal. And if you did know that, then you wouldn't make communication systems that destroy bliss. So, they put 60 gig in the 5G. Well, yeah, it affects water absorption, but also affects oxygen absorption, and it's really quite bad news, sadly. And when I was in Italy, where they began putting the Wi-Fi towers inside the schools without telling people, they put them in the schools and the church steeples, you could feel the nausea every time you walked into that village. So unfortunately, right now, the immediate solution is, you really need to move to nature and away from. It's sad, but we must teach our science the physics of how biology comes to its necessary information climax named bliss. The only way you get an immune system and the only way you get immortal, the only way you take memory through death. So it's obviously the definition of body politics. So we must teach this physics so that we can reinvent our communications media. I mean, basically, DNA is the perfect communicator, and that's the physics of telepathy. And unfortunately, in the presence of the electrosmog in most buildings in most cities today.
Well, speaking of which, before I get to Scott's question, I just wanted to ask a question of my own very quickly, sir. initially I was born and raised in Toronto, Canada, but I'm on the other side of Canada now in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and I couldn't be happier. I'm eating healthier. I'm feeling better. Like
Good
my
work.
energy. So,
Good
well,
work.
thank you. Is this precisely why this would be the case? Oh, every aspect, my mental acuity, everything is just improved.
Yeah, I would document that. I would write that story and publish it, really. If people need to know, you got to leave that electrosmog hell called cities. I used to joke, whoever invented cities will soon apologize. It isn't that a blissful city is not possible. No, Jerusalem, the city of Atlanta, city of revelation, John, it's a perfectly fractal city. Perfectly fractal, blissful cities are possible, but it's the opposite of what we have today, unfortunately, because we don't know what biology is for.
I was going to say, even pertaining to what I do for the show here, even of course the group collectively, we do Zoom calls, we work together to try to come up with conclusions and things. But I just tend to think better out here. I mean, just overall.
Yeah. And the Wi-Fi's off in our house. I'm plugged into an Ethernet cable, and we religiously go off and turn off every Wi-Fi and Bluetooth gadget as far as we can see. We're very careful, and it makes a huge difference. And that's just the beginning. But if you can get a magnetic map and get a biologically made architecture wooden cabin on a magnetic ley line, you're going to be steering some tornadoes. Cool.
Wow. Thank you, sir, for your answer. Scott asks, has Mr. Winter explored the Wim Hof method, breath work and cold exposure plus metal focus?
Hey, my partner Valerie loves Wim Hof and makes me. No, we've got a flowing mountain irrigation just behind the house with ice cold water, and for about 8 months a year, every day, several times a day, we jump in that ice cold water, and it's absolutely. Even our biodynamic scientist Laurent, he gets in the ice cold water. So no, it's used. I don't know about doing it as long as Wim Hof does, but ice cold water is basically super conductive and super grounding, and I wouldn't overdo it, but it is very useful for sure. And his breath techniques. I mean, I don't know about as far as he goes in terms of extreme, staying in the ice cold water for 20 minutes, no, but a few seconds in the ice cold water, wonderful. And if it's ice cold mountain water, wonderful.
Well, we seem to have one final question here. If anyone has any more, just I'm not sure how much more time you have, sir, but again, we're very appreciative. Nat asks, can we state that gravity is the residual product of the equation of the spinning collapse contraction of the energy of the vacuum at electron scale? And if so, could we say this is one of the methods to intergalactic time travel built in so many of their crafts up there? The line in the DNA being the key of everything is precisely the reason for the attack on the cells by the jabs, I guess meaning the COVID vax.
Well, let's take that one piece at a time.
Sure.
I published the equation that showed that if you take Planck multiplied by golden ratio, you get exactly the 3 radii of hydrogen. That is a smoking gun. 10 spirals of the golden mean is the top-down view of hydrogen. And what I said was, that is proof that golden ratio phase conjugate fractal charge collapse is the way and the reason hydrogen makes gravity. And what that means leads to what that questioner is astute and useful here. That the transverse component of those waves, when they go down that spiral, adding and multiplying phase velocity as well as wavelength, the phase velocity produces constructive acceleration of charge only in that particular fractal geometry of compression. And as that charge accelerates, because the phase velocities are adding and multiplying constructive because of golden ratio, allows that charge, when it reaches the Planck threshold, which I proved by equation is how hydrogen is tuned. When it reaches the Planck threshold, that transverse inertia reaches the critical compression point where it's accelerated into coherent longitudinal EMF propagation, which Bearden proved by equation is the physics of gravity waves. Fractalfield.com/vacuum energy is the book in equations. So yes, it is the residual of electron charge collapse precisely, which has accelerated through the center point into faster than light longitudinal propagation, named a gravity wave. So yeah, you're right. It's the residual of perfected electron shell charge collapse. A very intuitive and useful suggestion, and that's exactly what it is. And Einstein was close because he said if he knew what infinite charge compression was, he'd know the solution. Of course, he didn't know what a fractal was. But the reason the charge compression can be infinite and non-destructive is because it's infinite, namely that there's a way out through center, through the speed of light into longitudinal array, because when it compresses through Planck-tuned tip of the pine cone, then it can propagate superluminally. And we know Professor Raymond Chow's measurements, hundreds, thousands of measurements on faster than light velocities, all center by measurement between 1.5 and 1.7 times c, the speed of light, meaning golden ratio times the speed of light. And there's the second smoking gun proving that this is the reason gravity exists. Okay, so now let's go to the second part of that question.
Oh, I can read it for you. If so, could we say this is one of the methods to intergalactic time travel built in so many of their crafts? The line in the DNA being the key of everything is precisely the reason for the attack on the cells by the jabs. I guess the COVID vax.
So, on a massive, more broad spectral phase conjugate scale, this is the physics of how stargates and portals work, absolutely. And Elizabeth Donovan did work on that, and we know if this is made broad spectral, that's what a stargate is. Rick Hasson, my boss at Gaia, made the movie Stargate, and they used the Feynman-O'Kane laser, which is hypercube implosive. So that's what a stargate is, and that's what faster than light propagation, how it's enabled by phase conjugation through Planck. And so in that sense, time travel, what has been measured so far in physics is what they named time reversal was merely a return to order, which I call Origin of Negentropy, the title of my book. But remember, when you have an intense emotion, it creates a shadow in time because that's a node in a compressional longitudinal array, which can serve as a node in this Stargate portal or time travel node. So intense emotions leave shadows in time, and that's a bit of the physics of it. Now, and that the questioner is very, very right and correct to say that this is the center implosive lightning zipper core of DNA. Right on. That is the point. It's that hydrogen down that center run of the bed of the DNA helix that serves the implosive lightning zipper starting Kundalini. Now, all the graphics are at goldenmean.info/DNA manifesto for that. And so it is about that implosive zipper of DNA. And the final part of that question does lead to our whole conversation about extraterrestrial politics, fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood, where we say that the whole horror story with the Greys, the Nebu, and the Draco, who were here harvesting human DNA, slaves and snack food, was because they didn't have a soul and they needed to get one, as evidenced by the fact that the Greys, paid by the Draco, did all the abductions after Eisenhower's MJ-12 signed the wrong treaty with the Nebu. And they only abducted the lucid dreamers, I mean the indigenous blood. Why? The lucid dreamers had something they didn't have, longitudinal coherence in the DNA called Humpty Dumpty's egg, namely getting a soul. So yeah, the war among the stars is about who has a soul and who knows how to get one. And the Dracos could massage the bloodlines of royal families of Europe for 1,000 years like they were show dogs, and they still couldn't make a soul.
That's interesting you say, yeah, it's interesting you say that because John Ramirez, former CIA, has recently been coming out. Not sure if you've been listening to some of his statements saying that he, at least to his knowledge, to what he was briefed on all the way back in 2005, 6, 7, and 8, before his retirement in 2009, there was a particular handful of families from the Atlantean era whose DNA was altered that they've been following up until today. That's what he was told. He said he doesn't know if it's fact. That's what he was briefed on, he said.
And the Atlantean area, Atlantis was named Thule, which is also Thutmosis, the name of the royal line of Egypt, which is the name for Thoth, which is also the name for Quetzalcoatl. It's all the same bloodline. And that, if you see that's the upper side of Enki's DNA story, goldenmean.info/Enki, which is basically the side that remembered how to make a soul. And the geometry of that is called caduceus, which is today Cadistu, phase conjugation, the life designers. And, you know, Elena Denon correctly says the Cadiz, life designers, and 9 have returned to Ganymede to finish seeing their seeds nourished after they booted the Draco and the Nebu out of here. But I just wanted to, since the questioner was asking, those who are clairvoyant have suggested, you know, that people after their that they seem to be literally beside themselves, that the aura is dissociated from the center of gravity of the body. And you know, we believe that it's not necessarily graphene, but graphene emulators, which are a bit self-organizing. And but to help restore that centripetal force, you know, we told the story of Credo Mutwa said his granddaughter stopped lucid dreaming after, but to restore that centripetal force, I mean, there are reports that Therify is helpful, but basically any source of bliss can recenter the body. And the advanced geobiologists, literally, they measure the movement of the center of gravity of your plasma body, how far it's separated from the center of gravity of your physical body. Literally, you are beside yourself. and that process of recentering the plasma body implosively is the ability to get and sustain an aura and have bliss. And it is related to, you know, interfering with the natural blood implosion. So, unfortunately, our medical people do not know what the body is for, namely to have the kind of bliss that immortalizes. And until they do, they won't be able to design the right medicine for us.
3 more questions, if that's all right, sir, if you have the time. Yes, sure. Sorry, how much more, I just wanted to know how much more time you have.
Well, let's do 3 more questions. And
sure,
my voice
thank
will
you.
get out, but let's do 3 more.
Sorry,
Okay.
we really appreciate this. Thank you so much. Roger asks, has there been any work done to simulate the interactions of these spinning vortices, as in computer physics simulation based on the winter subharmonics?
Well, that's a very useful idea. You know, string theory wormhole is well known. There's a lot of math around that, and the physics agreed it's all about string theories and wormholes. Well, what is a string theory? Well, it's a perfect vortex. And in physics, they say an Einstein-Rosen bridge for action at a distance starts with netification, literally embeddability. And so embeddability perfected, which is how physics today talks about nesting, how they talk about action at a distance. Perfect nesting embedding is perfected by golden ratio phase conjugation. So perfect nesting of donuts modeled mathematically is precisely the problem phase conjugation solves. Now, being able to do that kind of mathematics, there's some of our team that I think can. Martin Jones, who published me, and Elizabeth Donovan. You know, I'm an electrical engineer. My mathematics is not quite up there, but I could say that when we understand that, we will build propulsion and stargates directly, and we will have warp propulsion. And we know how to do that today. We had the right teams there. It is about perfect embedding, because that's what allows this conjugate nest to form. And then there's that squirting out into the longitudinal array at the center point. And if that's broad spectral, then you literally have a stargate. And literally, that is solid state propulsion. Example, if you take that famous EM drive and you see the trapezoidal cavity and you remodel the microwave mathematics to be phase conjugate of Planck, the amount of propulsion will increase, meaning here we have proven the phase conjugate physics of gravity.
Rena asks, can Dan comment on the star forts circuit structures on Earth? Because she says that, in her opinion, the rulers understand that fractal geometry of cities, as evidenced by structures in Vatican or Tartarian city star forts as well, seem to be apparent.
Well, every ancient culture understood that you needed a magnetic line cross for successful global power grid, for successful pyramid, for successful cathedral, for successful labyrinth, for successful Therify, for successful telepathy, for successful, you know, all of those things work better if you got a magnetic line cross. The magnetic line crosses, which measurably decrease nuclear critical mass, Kathy, and we know why, the magnetic line crosses are Dodecki, Cosa, and fractal. So every ancient culture knew and understood that, and basic dowsing is essential to starting any kind of civilization, because civilization's DNA radio depends upon embedding in that longitudinal grid. So yes, they made pentagonal structures, they used the magnetic line crosses, all the pyramids were at dodecacosa line crosses, because that was the only way to create efficient, not just energy communication, but information communication. And it was, it was DNA radio. Every ancient culture understood that. Basic dowsing skills are critical, and they will improve the more bliss you have.
One final question. What would be, and one extra one, but just simple yes or no answer. First and foremost, let's see here. What would be, Scott asks, what would be the best tool for someone to measure their own charge or plasma field?
Well, there are many. We started with my friend Professor Korotkov's GDV, gas discharge visualization, which is famous and useful. And there's increasing medical correlation now that they've improved the resolution. And remember, the clinically calibrated Kirlian, which is what we call it, is simply a measure of capacitive discharge. And so measuring the aura in 3D, you can diagnose which ones of your kids are doing too much recreational drugs, because you see the holes in the aura. It's measurable. So GDV is useful. Perhaps more useful would be Brainwave. Flameandmind.com is very good. Heart rate variability actually is very cheap and very useful. iThrive.com. There are many ways. Now, in geobiology, they use more intuitive measurement. They basically douse the aura, and you can see many of the geobiology tools for measuring aura, including Stefan Cardinal, who's probably a leader on the planet in that from Lausanne, at goldenmean.info/geobiology. So there's many tools for diagnosing aura. Intuition. We're kind of transitioning out of the history story, and I recommend the rest of the history we had. And we've actually produced gravity with the water vortex here. And if it's piezo, you can make more gravity. If it's mercury, bodily rejuvenation. Bob Gratch, when I was there, I'm just illustrating in the longitudinal compressed keynote here, and that is slide numbers 64 to 69. See if I did my homework right here. Nope, I'm in full sequence. Okay, 64. So are you seeing
yes,
Mysterium Microcosm here?
Oh, Mysterium Microcosm?
Geometric basis for the periodicity of the elements. Oh, no.
Yes, that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, okay, geometric basis for the periodicity of the elements. Okay, so I'm just illustrating here from Lawrence Heck, 21st Century Magazine, which fits what the occult chemistry before them. Occult chemistry saw the 7 spins, 5 spins here, the perfect slip knot. It had 5 spins inside, 7 spins outside. This is merely a representation of the 7 spins of the tetracube on the outside and the 5 spins of the dodecacosa on the inside, the perfect slip knot, human heart muscle, etc. So that symmetry becomes literally the atomic table. So remember when Kepler on the bottom left here said, stable gravity is due to platonic nesting. Well, he was right, because implosive charge collapse is atomic nesting. So, Kepler thought the orbitals of the solar system made
the second I run away every time.
Well, actually, he had a clue, because in fact, that is how you stabilize gravity. Are you seeing that Kepler's model on the bottom left? Yes. Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay. So in more detail, first, this is the famous chemist Moon's work in the geometry of the nucleus. So the nuclear hadrons, protons and neutrons, are arranged, look at the top, tetracube, octa, ecosa. And you get the whole atomic table. So nest a tetracube in the octa ecosa, and you have the geometry of the nucleus. And by self-similarity from there, now we look at the electrons. So the electron shells, there's only 4 electron shells, SPDF. If you know the shape of SPDF suborbitals and you interdigitate them, you have all the orbitals. So there's only a few shapes for the whole atomic table, SPDF subshells. And they are the S suborbital, 2 electrons, 1 vortex pair, a donut with 2 teardrops. This is the actual latest subatomic physics, top right. The pi suborbital, everybody knows, is a tetracube. Why? It's 3 vortex pair, 6 electrons, 3 vortex pair, which is tetracubic. This is the first thing your chemistry teacher should have taught you, so that you can visualize your chemistry by visualizing platonic solids. It's quite simple. And the DF suborbitals, which is the outer suborbitals, 5, 10 vortex pair, 5, 10 electron pair, 10, 14 electrons, are literally dodecaecosa. Even in the Armand Weiler's advanced work on the 7 pseudo-axis symmetry of the icosa. So to make it simple, the inside looks like the outside. That's what the atomic table is about. And so the atomic table is about implosive charge collapse. And later when we see the equation for how hydrogen is assembled, golden ratio, multiples of Planck, that is the structure of hydrogen because it's about charge collapse. So when the clairvoyants saw the atomic table, before subatomic physics figured it out, that Leadbeater and Besant saw this in occult chemistry, later became the book Psi Perception of Quarks in Modern Physics. And this is the charge collapse that's built into the atomic table. So when you complete the SPDF suborbitals completely, called gold, you have made a picture which looks like bottom right, a perfect vortex, catalyst for non-destructive charge collapse, the production of coherent longitudinal interferometry, the alchemy of spin, literally, pine cones kissing noses. So that's the, and then if we apply that directly to the physics of hydrogen, and we're in longitudinal compressed, we need now slide numbers 25 to 36 to apply. Now here is the only sort of solid physics into tonight's conversation. This is a drawing of how phase conjugation happens in optics. You make lasers do this, perfect pine cones kissing noses, and it needs to take place in a permissive media called the phase conjugate dielectric, barium strontium titanate, or the philosopher's stone. And you get that pine cones kiss noses efficiently doing charge collapse all the way down to the Planck threshold, which is where you exchange inertia with longitudinal interferometry. So there's the Planck threshold where the pine cones kiss noses. And so then this is actually a picture of quantum holography, and this becomes the physics of why there are 3 pairs of primary colors, because phase conjugation is the reason color exists. And then this applies directly to the pine cone shape of the pineal gland, pining away. And we could do all that metaphor. So this is the equation. So now here's where we proved in my published solid physics. You can see the physics equations and my publications in the physics journal at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. And this is the newly proven by my new equation top-down view of hydrogen. And by extension, what happens in the atomic table, because it's all tuned to hydrogen, it's all unpacked hydrogen, it's just the center bond of every DNA ladder rung and the center bond of water. So that is the phase conjugate implosive cascade. That is the reason hydrogen makes gravity. And that is effectively the reason anything is centripetal. So now you see what it is, cascading charge down that ladder non-destructively, where you do not lose inertia as you cascade down between electron shells. That is a non-destructive charge collapse, which is the core physics of alchemy. Now, here's where now we could, I'm going to stop this share. I need to switch to another PowerPoint. Here's where we could take that physics. That is just to say that platonic nested, perfectly fractal charge collapse is the atomic table by definition, and the ability to transition inertia between electron shells non-destructively, non-destructive charge collapse, sometimes called cold fusion or isotope transition, or sometimes called alchemy, is the ability to move charge between valence electron shells non-destructively to make the charge collapse implosive. So what we want to do now is approach the spiritual psychology of that. And for that, we want the Sufi pictures. We want to ask a simple question here. See if I can get the right pictures. It says number 122. Implosion full sequence. Picture in 122. So the question on the table now is, if you were a Sufi, pictures, oh yes, numbers 120 to 122. Okay, here's the magazine journal. Are you seeing a picture of a Sufi now, I hope? Thank you. Thanks for nodding your head. Okay, so this is the article about the Sufis. Remember, I was trained by the Sufis, the Gurdjieff School, Claymont.org, Charlestown, West Virginia. I led Sufi dances for years at my farm. So, hello, I'm a Sufi. And Sufis study physics, and here they are studying physics. So here's the question on the table. When the Sufi student goes to the master and says, test me, if I can do the spin without getting dizzy, that is proof my intention is pure. Which is proof I have made gravity. Now, let's investigate the physics of Sufi turning based on what we just learned, that if you can inhabit the spin without getting dizzy, it means you can create centripetal force, which means you are a shareable wave, which means the charge that is transferring between the outer valence electron and the center is cascading non-destructively, and therefore you become centripetal, and you've made gravity, and you didn't get dizzy, which any Sufi student knows is the first test you need to be a Sufi. And so why is that a test of pure intention? That's just simple. Why is that a measurement of a shareable wave? The memories in your hologram, if that wave is shareable, if they're serving collective survival, pure intention is literally the electricity of perfected phase coherence. And perfected phase coherence, remember, is fractal phase conjugation. So literally, when you lie still and you implode and you spit out a bunch of mucus, then you got to go pee. What you're doing is spitting out the unshareable part of the wave, which is the low dielectric, the spit, literally the mucus. So that the mucus is the low dielectric, and what remains is the high dielectric. And that is literally sorting for which waves are shareable, which means which part of your biology can withstand spin density, charge density, the alchemy of bliss. So now this becomes the alchemy of Kundalini, which is just to show you one picture from the leading to the question, beautiful question from Michael about the physics of bliss, just to share here. I have Safari, Firefox Fusion, okay. Firefox window, Kundalini web conversation. So are you seeing a graphic of the frequencies, origin, biological, magnetic, a yellow graphic, hopefully? It's a yellow graphic, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, so goldenmean.info/Kundalini, when we study the low frequencies of the spine liquid pump called sacrocranial, we study the frequencies of the brain waves of bliss, which are here, which are literally the frequencies of the Schumann harmonics, which are literally a phase conjugate cascade tuned by equation to Planck. So the breath harmonics, the spine liquid pump harmonics, the sacrocranial harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, and the Schumann harmonics are all one simple equation, Planck times golden ratio. And that creates a tuned implosive collapse frequency cascade, implosive spin density, which is the alchemy of bliss of Kundalini, literally. So here's more about the brainwave harmonics, 5 harmonics in golden ratio. And here is on the right, you can see these are the, let's see, move this screen over here. Hide the keynote. Move this over. So you see in green and red, red are the frequencies from my equation, Planck times golden ratio, simple. That's the red cascade. In green are the famous frequencies of the sacrocranial spine liquid pump remember, upledger, it is clinically impossible to be depressed if your spine liquid is pumping. And here are the frequencies of that spine liquid called the long wave tidals. And this is the alchemy of Kundalini. These are the drivers of Kundalini. This is the pump that drives this frequency signature up to the crown of the brain and fires that magnetic torus around the homunculus, which is the physics of Kundalini. I spent a lifetime on this with Ben Toff, my teacher on the physics of Kundalini. It's all there. So, alchemy of bliss, yes. Now, this is supposed to lead to the alchemy of death. We have alchemy of spin, alchemy of bliss. Now we have the alchemy of death. So remember, what we've learned by studying death experience for half a lifetime is that successful death is absolutely an electrical black hole. It is necessary compression, very similar to the electricity of a blissful, successful birth. And evidence for that is the Heinrich-Kluwe form constants and the infrasound that goes with what you see, the map of dying. And those pictures are, one more screen share here. I should gather these all in one, but let's go. Share desktop. Okay, so desktop share and keynote and alchemy of death. First, we show the genetic portion of that, and it's 219, 218 in full sequence. I've been doing lectures.
All right. Not going to replay that too much, but that's awesome. I'm just hooking up a little bit of food here, and in the meantime, I'm going to play another awesome Dan Winters video and share here, and then after that, in about 10-15 minutes, we will have Kevin, maybe Richie, definitely, and whoever else wants to join. Come on. Okay, this one's called Advanced Sessions, Fusing Electrical Engineering, Occult Esotericism, and more.
Alchemy of Fame and Opium. Yeah, actually, this is Vincent's book about Kelly, actually, right here. And our friend.
Hey, damn it. But the first thing they said was alchemy, so I think it'll be good.
And our friend edited this book. It's mirror for ancestor memory communication had baggage, and that Kelly, the conversations between those who think that Dee and Kelly did not understand the astral hygiene issues. And that goes deeper if we think the obsidian mirror, black mirror, was related to the black goo infestation of the Kaaba stone, of which they spoke often as their source of the projective powder for the alchemy they did. So it's a pretty messy story.
Well, just wanted to let you guys know we are officially live at this moment. We have roughly 20-30 people in the stream. It'll probably go up to like way more than that, but yes, we are live. So Riel, of course, the floor is yours, however you'd like to kick this off, and yes, by all means.
Okay, thank you everybody for joining us. Today is February 27th.
Phenomenon, or UAP phenomenon. They change these names so often these days. And then I expanded into Kabbalah. into Kabbalah, and now I'm even expanding to gematria and what is the physics of darkness. So that's what I'll be getting into today, because they very much hide what the physics of darkness is. It's very, very big to the complex of everything in esotericism and metaphysics in our daily lives. We all close our eyes and we have to go to the darkness every day, dream and meditation or whatever it is. So that's what I'm into right now. And I have a big following on Patreon and YouTube, and shout out to everyone who's out there that's watching from there. And it's a pleasure to be on here today.
You have the XYZ component, the vectors, but you don't have the fourth element, which is the spin rotation, even represented it. So when Einstein was trying to represent a unified field, he didn't have the quaternion, the fourth element of the equation, even represent spin. So of course, he couldn't see what implosion was because it's a vortex.
Do you subscribe to Mr. Heaviside suppressing the work there?
Well, I'm an electrical engineer and actually not a mathematician, but I would say that Heaviside is well known for having accomplished many things mathematically by at least making fields representable, so people at least could get a handle on some equation. So I'm not saying Heaviside was evil in a sense. I'm just saying that the work he did by oversimplifying, by removing the quaternion, literally the fourth element, meant that all mathematical representations of Maxwell's equation from the day of Heaviside were castrated in the sense they couldn't see and represent and quantize spin, and therefore could not understand how rotation in a vortex caused gravity.
It makes me think if there was some political pressure behind the scenes that Mr. Heaviside was, pressed to do. Right.
Yeah, Bearden believed that, and also my other partner, Bill Elizabeth Donovan, is deep into that story. Exactly. Yes.
Wow.
There are many stories like that, but I wouldn't claim to represent that myself because I don't claim to be an expert on that question. All I know is that if you can't represent vorticity accurately, you will not see how a phase conjugate charge implosion goes down the exact 60-degree light cone to make the fractal phase conjugate charge implosion, which accelerates charge towards center, and that's named the gravity. And you will not represent that in an equation without the quaternion fourth spin element.
Got you. Thank you.
Which Einstein didn't even have.
Wow. So he was going off of, okay. Got you. Thank you.
Castrated equations.
That's the first time I'm hearing that, so that's amazing. And so, for the format today, like anybody, feel free, you can raise your hand if you want to say something, or just, we're gonna have a respectful civil discussion. So just, be courteous about interjecting and all that. But so that's interesting. And Dan, that's a classic double Scorpio response. I think blaming stupidity.
We don't apologize for staying. We enjoy it.
That is. I hope my sister's watching. And when I told her that you're a double Scorpio, she's also a Scorpio, and said, "I bet Dan has never apologized in his life."
Valerie's a Scorpio too. So we do quite well.
Whereas I'm, I kind of I apologize first to defuse the situation. That's my method of de-escalation with conflict. But so I wanted to actually ask Ani that. So I think that Ani, you might have the opposite perspective, that there might be some deliberate suppression of information instead of just stupidity. Do you have any thoughts on that realm?
Absolutely. My studies have led not specifically into the science part of it, even though I have some science for you guys today, but specifically I follow Gnosticism in the Nag Hammadi library that was dug up, I believe, in the early 1950s. And they subscribe to some information on a entity called the demiurge or demiurgos, where they're manipulating, they got into the DNA of humankind, and they begin to plan some type of suppression of soul information. That's why when we get into the religious context, a lot of churches I came into in my experience, I don't know about you guys, I never really got a direct answer about what the soul is. I just never got a direct answer. I hear the sun, I hear all types of stuff, but I just asked my pastor, what is the soul? Did the Bible have something specifically about the soul? Did God create the soul and all of this type stuff, and that goes into everything else. And masters or whatnot. So it's just very much, I believe, is being suppressed. I know it's a lot of secret societies. I won't put, their names out on this specific platform, but in the gematria, which is using numerology to have synchronistic nodes of spiritual communication between the stars. They have something, they're studying some type of plasma in the atmosphere, whereas they can determine the time astrologically when a specific spirit enters into certain ley lines in different fields, and these spirits begin to affect and have a effect on our consciousness on how we communicate. That's why during full moons you have a lot more rapid crying and crazy stuff. They call it lunacy. Lunacy happens around the full moon. So this is also comparative to sidereal astrology, whereas fixed stars pass through the moon. And then you have the ecliptic of the sun's path. The sun's path is affecting our consciousness. The moon's path is affecting our subconscious. And these people, they study both paths. They study the solar path, they study the moon path, and they know when to put a psyop at a specific time. Like everybody's talking about the Pluto return right now. But if you study sidereal astrology, you will see that the Pluto return actually happened at the beginning of 2020 when the pandemic actually started or whatnot. That was actually the sidereal version of the Pluto return when they had a reverse of that. And now you just see in the news and all of the media outlets, it seems real strange with information right now. So it's just very strange. In my life coming up, I've never seen more strangeness with information, even this war that's beginning right now. It's just very, very strange, and a lot of contradictions to what I hear.
If I may, maybe I could suggest a few thoughts about what Ani brought up very usefully. First, as we've discussed in our series, the physics of what is a soul is becoming more and more clear, that when the charge field of the aura, which is cold plasma, becomes compressed, for example, in bliss or kundalini, that the radiance that emerges from that center is converted from the transverse to the longitudinal electromagnetic wave component, which is a compression wave, which we know goes faster than light and is the physics of action and distance, absolutely. And we know, we can prove that, for example, you create longitudinal coherence, Therify.net plasma, you trigger lucid dreaming, which is that propagation of that longitudinal coherence, literally the physics of soul, meaning we know exactly what allows you to take memory through death, literally the physics of soul, which is to propagate in that longitudinal array, which even Tom Bearden talked about, which Aboriginal called dreaming tracks, song lines. And in that array, we know that's the physics of where you can measure telepathy commercially, as Cozy Red proved. So we have a lot on the physics of soul now, once we understand a little bit about longitudinal compression and how that, we call it the Ba from the Ka, the Kesjan body, the rainbow light body. But we think we know what it is electrically, even as Karatkov followed the plasma of those who had just died to see where the soul goes and why, and photographed. And we know why. The plasma of the recently deceased has to go to the center of local compression to gain the centripetal acceleration necessary to propagate into that array called the collective unconscious, which is why exactly the things like Therify.net is replicably so well known for releasing dead ghosts. So anyway, we have some intuitions of what we mean by soul now, and that would then lead us later when we talk about what it means to go into that darkness, that to enter that array sustainably requires a quality of attention, as Gurdjieff would say, which some people call it non-solubility of pure intent, literally a shareable wave. But it's like the collective ancestral memory won't let you in unless obviously pure intention. But what does pure intention mean electrically? It means the wave that survives compression. Exactly why anger, 1/7 electrically, cannot survive death, because it's a compression geometry that will create destructive interference. So if you have anger at death, you're in big trouble, actually. That's why you can't lucid dream, that sort of thing. And the next thing I was going to say about the lunar concept, we actually know why people go nuts at the full moon. It's pretty simple. The moon is a hollow metal artificial. It was originally from the Andromedans. So when that, for example, comes between the sun and the earth, it is opposite to phase conjugate. And you can measurably prove inhibits seed germination. And we know exactly why. Because the longitudinal coherence from the sun cannot go through the hollow metal opposite to conjugate moon. So the presence of the moon is death to seed germination. And we know exactly why. So the reason that people go nuts on the full moon is the access to the longitudinal coherence of the sun is not available. For example, when you put that copper plate on your roof and a wire down to the basement, the plants grow perfectly in pitch blackness because they get the longitudinal coherence of the sun, except on the day of the full moon or on the day of the lunar eclipse, because that longitudinal. So the lunar issue is actually quite understandable. You know, they say the Andromedas offered to tow it.
Man, so like Dan Winters there, just deep occult esoteric stuff that, you know, I always take it with a grain of salt, but at the same time, there's just so much real alchemy and science that he is talking about in this that is something else. But yeah, exactly. He is pretty far out indeed. But then it's like his lunar talking, the all the different plasma physics and the geometric physics and mathematics of what Dan Winters goes into is something else. But let this play here for a little bit longer. Just heating up my food, and then we will have Double O and probably Kalistoga and anybody else that wants to hop on. So 5-10 more minutes of Dan, and then we go to open discussion.
Out of here because it's full of parasites, but really recently they kicked out a bunch of parasites, and it was required for Earth's orbit after they blew up Marduk. So that's another long story. And the other thing is about the demiurge that you brought up.
Blew up Marduk, kicking out parasites.
If we track who Enlil Yahweh was, who Anne Rice correctly said is the Grim Reaper, the largest plasma parasite in the solar system, most likely, and a cloning mistake originally, as Enki Anton Park proved. That the demiurge, remember that urge, the UR in urge means ancient Draco blood, UR. So the demiurge is the geometry of astral parasites. That's what it is in general. And you're right, though. The presence of those astral parasites in the Earth grid does depend on really astrologic geometry. It's the physics of right angle phase conjugation, which determines when you cannot embed in that array. Prime example, you must have sunrise and sunset to successfully do Agnihotra, which is fabulously fertilizing the land and eliminates plasma parasites. And that is 4 right angles called 4-wave mixing in phase conjugate optics and sacred 4 directions in Aboriginal lore. And so that's an introduction to what a 90-degree angle means in astrology. It means a stressful relationship. Well, actually, it means a phase conjugate relationship. So I think this propagation of the grid, and I was going to go in more into this, how you inhabit the dark, but let's do more later. So that was just a few comments.
That's
wow.
interesting.
Yeah, Ani, yeah, anything. Dave, any questions? That's I just want to throw that out there that of all the things that we're talking about today, the moon is one of my absolute favorite things. And I think that as paradigm shattering as these perspectives might be to the average person, when we say that the moon is hollow, I think that might like turn off a lot of people just because it's like, well, like, you know.
Oh, well, when the NASA landed the rover back down and measured the seismic, they thought it might vibrate for 3 seconds. It rang like a bell for like 3 days.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely
in the literature.
True. And I don't really know how they explained it at the time,
Well,
but then that led into Yeah.
No, what happened? When in the Wars of Expansion, when the Federation came here to kick out the Draco, and they blew up Marduk, and that caused the Great Flood, and the orbital geometries became unstable. So they used an old, pretty much dead artificial planetoid, which the Andromedans are famous for, and towed it in here to stabilize the orbit. And we need it to stabilize the orbit, there's no question. But then it became infested with Greys and Dracos until recently the Galactic Federation kicked out the Greys and Dracos. Now there's hope.
Ani, brother, do you want to jump in?
Oh, I'll just quick comment. He's absolutely right. There's a lot of occult themes in shows, and what he was saying about the Uru and this sacred geometry of astral parasites. There's actually it's not called a tarot deck, it's called a tarocchi deck from the Italian Renaissance called the Sola Busca deck, which showcases how the elites have been doing rituals for a period of time to try to attach themselves to those specific Draco bloodlines or parasitic bloodlines that have I will say they're the managers of the planet. They kind of like manage everything. They're put as the control. I won't say they don't have control over everything, but they're put as the facade of the control in front of us. And so they studied the Sola Busca deck, which is called the game of Saturn, and how to join up after death into these particular parasitic bloodlines, and how to come back and be born back incarnated into those bloodlines and have it receptively go. They've been studying that type of science in that Sola Busca deck of the Italian Renaissance. And also there's another show called The Dark Crystal that Jim Henson came. I think he's the one who did the Muppets as well, but he's a occultist, and he did The Dark Crystal. And at the end, the Skeksis joined with the Geflings. You know, Queen Elizabeth's last name, apparently, that's on record, is Geflin. And when they conjoined, they made something called the Oru. It's like the UR, like in Dan's research, it's something called the Oru, and they combine, and it makes a crystal palace at the end of it. So some type of alchemical merger that happens right there. I don't know if they're discussing pre-plasmoid history on the planet. I don't know if it's esoteric, but that's interesting what he just said, and I agree wholeheartedly that Yahweh, these beings before and now, some of them are astral parasites.
Yeah, and you know, when Lawrence Gardner in Genesis of the Grail King, he documented that the Draco basically invented royal bloodlines to be babysitters for their genetic experiment and massaged the royal families of Europe, Elizabeth the Russians, and etc., for thousands of years, just like we do show dogs, for a very specific purpose, to make babysitters for their genetic experiment. And that's Lawrence Gardner was one of the best historians out there. He was right about that. But now, if we believe Elena Denon, and I do, the Federation has kicked many of the Draco out of the solar system, and the Greys, the Kumar, the maybe they're called. But as Will Johann Fritz said in our interviews, had two of them on my channel, who is the only guy on the planet who's personally stood up to the White Queen of the Draco. I mean, that guy's been there. And he says, well, yeah, I mean, you might have got the Draco out of here, but it's like pulling a tick out of your blood. You still got messes, and which is the residue of you know, the possessive empire. And their idea of possession was what Enki, Osiris, was doing. His other name was Nudimmud the Cloner. And he was a genetic engineer, and that's what they do. And Elena Denon confirmed that they came from. But the good news is, you see, on the high side of Enki's family, Osiris, his mother was sneaking very high-end DNA into the genetic experiment. If we didn't have kick butt Draco blood here, I wouldn't have had Kundalini. You know, so we needed some of that fierce DNA in our genetic mix here, and our DNA is some of the most interesting in the galaxy. That's why they're all lining up to play with our genetics. Our technology is crap, but our DNA is highly interesting. And so the point being then that high side of Enki's family, called Kadistu or Kiristu, used what's called the Girku, by Anton Parks, called Fire Crystal Toy Stone, literally a dark crystal, Enki's iPhone, as it were. And that crystal was not just their recording device and their weapon. It was beam me up, Scotty. It was the phase conjugate dielectric of the dilithium crystals of stargate. It's the dark crystal. That's true. And on the high side, that plasma intelligence, which was on the high side of Enki's family, called Kadistu Kiristu, from which we get the word caduceus, returns. I think Elena Denon is right. And 500 starships just showed up outside of Ganymede to say, we've just saved the human race and we're here too. And this intelligence is called the Nine, by the way. We just did a documentary with Elena on that. And the Nine is talked about by the Hopi and the Japanese and the Ennead, from anyone from Egypt to the Greeks. They all had their Ennead. And the Nine was how the Anunnaki counted up their family power. Literally, the body politic was named the Nine. And that is plasma physics. That's in plasma intelligence. 9 plasma toroids nested. goldenmean.info/whale dimmers. So that is a high end for that genetic experiment. But to just try to finish the thought about the dark crystal, on the other side of that story was the fact that super high dielectrics are used as DNA radio by the good guys and the bad guys. That's the bad downside of this story. So that dark crystal, the Kaaba stone of the Muslim, it was a gold vapor impregnated foam inside a glass meteorite with a super dielectric constant. And at the time of the Mad Caliph, 60% of the volume is documented missing. They ate it, and that's how he went mad, as all alchemists do. They eat their philosopher's stone. And my partner Vincent, who remembered Kelly, that's where they got their red powder that they made the gold. And we know the physics. It was implosive charge collapse catalyzed by a super dielectric powder, the red powder. And that's the physics of alchemy. And it was a dark crystal. And by the way, what else was in that Kaaba stone is this black goo, carbon nano, which the most parasitic AI in the galaxy uses viciously to eat gene pools, literally. And that black goo is bad news. And that's what Johann Fritz specifically accused John Dee of not knowing was in his dark obsidian crystal he got from the Aztecs, who used it for ancestor phone calls. And that's why people like Michael Sarian said John Dee called in the bad guys. And yet our team says John Dee called in the good guys. Well, astral hygiene 101 here. Dark crystal.
Did you want to jump in, Ani, or?
Oh no, that was excellent. That was excellent. I'm just sitting back listening. If y'all want to,
sure.
transition.
I wanted to ask Dan. Actually, wanted to pick your brain since we're on this topic. So there's all this discussion all around the world at this point. There's more and more people seeming to wake up to the ET affairs and things like this and what's going on. And a lot of people just simply question whether it's on a small scale or on a much larger scale. What's the outcome with all of this? And the reason I wanted to ask you about this is because I recently listened to I believe a physicist called Nicholas Gisin. Not sure if you've ever heard of this gentleman. And his proposal essentially is that free will or destiny or fate, if you will, is indeterminate. So his example is that, say, I say, okay, guys, tomorrow I'm going to make a prediction. It's either going to be rain or it's not, right? So that's basically black or white, yes or no. Mr. Gisin's proposal is that there's a third option, which is that this third option or third variable is indeterminate. So with respects to, all this, what's going on in Ukraine, with respects to the ET affairs and all that, a lot of people seem to wonder what's gonna, will there be a positive, kumbaya, we all sit by the fire after all this part of my English shit show is over. Do you subscribe to that type of science with there being an indeterminate variable with respects to free will or fate?
Well, remember why the Galactic Federation has such strict rules about not interfering with indigenous gene pools like Earth. It's because if you don't set them free, they'll never grow up. And that refers to your teenagers as well. What that means is they can never take responsibility for their own decisions. Now, another way is to look at this chemically. The degrees of freedom in a chemical reaction determine the possible evolution of complexity. So the more you set the variables free, temperature, pressure, voltage, the more degrees of freedom in chemical reaction, the more possibility you could learn something new, but that could be messy. So, they knew they needed to set gene pools free, but they drew a line under it when the parasitic infestation with the Greys infested with Eisenhower and the Dracos took over. So the Federation drew a line under that, and they did a massive effort to kick out the bad guys here. But still, the Federations, they step back now and say, hey, we got the ET bad guys here, but the humans, there's obviously good and bad, they got to sort the rest of that out themselves or they're never going to grow up. Hello? And so it does mean we need to sort out the intentions.
A lot of this resonates with
me. In your opinion, sir, is the science there for these archons or demiurges to not limit us to having a negative outcome in the long term? That's sort of where my question was getting at. Is this indeterminate variable, as proposed by some of these physicists, is it possible that even under this alleged archonic demiurge control, there's still a positive outcome in the big picture of it all?
I believe what they called Archon is literally the high winged Draco called Siakar. Actually, I think that's the root of the term Archon, and winged Draco, as it were. And they did have definite intentions in the solar system, and they're still vicious, and there's still many sectors of the galaxy that are very dangerous because of them. But the solar system right now has a huge amount of protection against that level of interference newly, and that gives us hope. It means we could, if you believe the narrative, I happen to believe, because I know the people involved in this narrative, Michael Sala, Elena Denon, Alex Collier, who I've known for 25 years of the Andromedans. So, and everyone's agreeing on this story now. The Secret Space Program survivors, Johann Fritz, everyone agrees on the story. There's no disagreement. There's consensus. Right. And what that consensus implied is, yes, they got the worst of the ETs out of here, but now we've got to make our own decisions. But we have a good shot at that.
Now, and what do you say, sir, to the military-industrial complex? Do you think that whole presence of the Draco there has been removed? It's now just the remnants of a tick, so to speak?
Well, half the countries on the planet are driven by their weapons industry, obviously, as they're driven by their big pharma that doesn't know what a soul is. So yeah, we got some, serious I see this as a problem of education.
Right.
I take the positive view.
Right. And okay, this is interesting because a lot of people say, for example, with respects to the June report from last year within America on UFOs, the report basically said there's something there, but there's also nothing. But it was a very word salady type thing, and a lot of people gathered that there was infighting within the Department of State in the U.S. Right? Some factions wanting some of this to come out, other factions saying over my dead body, and the over my dead body faction seems to be really waning in its control and power, which makes me think that was the Department of Energy, Atomic Energy Commission, Edward Teller whole group there that had that alleged Draco infestation. That's now they're dying off of old age in this realm, or as you've said, right? They've been pushed out, so to speak. But what do you say to people saying, oh, they've been duped so many times that they think any positivity is just a Project Bluebeam fake alien invasion to justify space militarization?
I think it's actually dumber than that. It's so simple it's embarrassing. Again,
wow.
The half of that report was about what they call the Tic Tac. Yeah. Now, you know what the Tic Tac is the same thing they call the Foo Fighters in World War II, which is longitudinal plasma interferometry. That's literally why it is. That's why they can make a right turn at 10,000 miles an hour, because it's a plasma cocoon being directed remotely by longitudinal interferometry. The longitudinal radar.
Now, I actually have to interject and say that he is 100% wrong on that claim right there, because the Tic Tacs are something completely different. On APEC, when they had Kevin Day, the actual Navy pilot that experienced those, I specifically asked him if it was these plasma orbs sort of thing that he figured, if he figured that's what it was, that they were, that the Tic Tacs were, and he explicitly said no, that is a completely different phenomenon. He felt that this was a technological craft and that it was operated by other dimensional beings, whether they be alien, higher advanced humans from the past, the future, or aliens, or
something else. But anyways, it was that it was not these plasma orbs, ball lightning sort of spirits of our own realm, but a technological craft. Anywho, I am posting the link now to join in the StreamYard, where we will have some open discussion. Richie, if you're off the phone, Kevin, not sure if you can join. Anyone else, welcome. But I'm just going to have a smoke outside, and then we'll be back and let everyone in, and let's see what else he says. But that's what I'm saying, you know, have to take everything with a grain of salt and a little bit of discretion, because, you know, people get their facts messed up. And at the end of the day, I was actually able, just a couple months ago, to talk with Kevin Day through APEC, the actual Navy guy that was behind the Tic Tac UFO, UAP, Pentagon disclosures, and ask them that specific thing. Anywho, back to the awesome Mr. Winters.
Our technicians from Germany went to Russia. They got the good ones. The Americans got the rocket scientists from Germany, but that wasn't even important.
So the Russians got the better ones.
The Russians got the scalar physics, absolutely, longitudinal interferometry. So they understood immediately how these plasmoids are being steered around, you know.
Okay.
And that's, you know, this is again Tom Bearden. But so then you look at, oh well, actually, you know, is ET a craft, or is it a plasma being? Is it a plasma intelligence? Well, what they say is, if they arrived in heavy metal, you know they're from the wrong side of the tracks. If they arrived in a plasma cocoon made of genetic material, then you should talk to them.
Whoa, thank you for that very much. Thank you. Riel, please.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I'm laughing a lot during this, so I'm keeping myself on mute, but I feel so animated from this information. That makes a lot of sense, that the Russians actually got the kind of the torsion field physics, because that's Nikolai Kozyrev, right? Torsion field physics. So that's where the Russians made the advances.
The Russians.
That's right. They had, and that's why the scalar weapon could take out that U.S. Navy ship in the Black Sea, and all the Navy sailors quit after that when they saw that all one craft flying overhead. That's a plasma interferometric beam. It's a longitudinal wave node. That's what it is, and that is called plasma containment. And it makes all our efforts at fusion research stupid, because the problem is plasma containment. And if you know how to do microwave longitudinal phase conjugate interferometry, that's a problem a 3-year-old could solve.
Yes, I have.
I don't mind. I think we should break up some of that and take that.
Absolutely. Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
When you say when time reverses, that is exactly what happens when you phase conjugate to the Planck threshold, which is exactly where you enter the darkness, and that's called the time reversal in conventional physics. And the understanding of how that works, precisely the reason gravity exists, Einstein described the problem perfectly. He said what he did not understand was non-destructive charge collapse, and that's why he never figured out why an object falls to the ground. And what happens when you phase conjugate to the Planck threshold by fractality perfected is precisely you solve the problem of non-destructive charge compression. And when you got to that Planck threshold, you went into the darkness. The darkness is that array, specifically what you just referred to as where you propagate your consciousness into the dream. We've now proven by experiment what enables propagation into the lucid dream. It's coherent longitudinal interferometry, replicably triggered by Therify.net longitudinal coherent plasma. So we understand a lot about what that darkness is. And you know, the idea that is a reverse transmutation, it's literally a phase conjugate mirror. That's what it is. It's a reverse mirror, obviously. And it is specifically the only name for what is an event horizon. That is the ultimate event horizon, is can you survive compression through Planck, which is precisely the electrical problem of compression called successful death. If you can get your memories imploded into that array, that's the darkness that you need to inhabit. Absolutely. That's Enki Osiris's. That's all. That's what the dark crystal was about. Anyway, so I just think that, again, I think the solution is so simple, it's embarrassing. Look, E equals MC squared means something truly simple, so simple it's embarrassing. When light goes in a circle, it stores inertia, and that's named mass. Hello, that's not a surprise. Light is just named for a slip knot traveling in that array of the infinite compressible media of charge called ether, which behaves exactly like a slipper fluid. And when you get a slip knot in that array, it's called a photon. That's old news. We know exactly. And the fact that the photons agreed on the speed of light and Planck, length, energy, and time, is what stabilized the array that's called the gravity grid, which is a longitudinal array. And by the way, this bit about light speed being variable, no, Raymond Chow did the most number of measurements faster than light on planet Earth. And guess what? Virtually everyone was between 1.5 to 1.7 times c light speed. Hint, 1.618 golden ratio times light speed is the most common measurement of faster than light ever made on this planet, which is absolute smoking gun proof of our theory of gravity. When waves go through the speed of light, they do so by golden ratio, by phase conjugating through Planck. And the fact that that's been measured by Professor Raymond Chow, and the fact that the radii of hydrogen is golden ratio proves that. It's all a smoking gun. That phase conjugation.
There we go. Nice. How's it going? Welcome.
Good. Excellent. I'm just trying to get. Oh, here we are.
Indeed.
Excellent. I'm in the studio, I believe now. Okay, there we go. Awesome. And the volume's working well? Good. Good. Excited to be here and waiting for thoughts in which to interject or listen.
Nice, man. Glad to have you. Kevin, welcome back.
I'm trying to get my phone here in position.
I'm just having a smoke, letting the dog out here for a sec.
Yes.
I'm in the
sun is rising. The sun is arising here in Calgary, Alberta.
Yes, as it is as well here in southwestern Ontario. I will give you a quick view of it here.
Nice.
Yes.
Sun's up here, but it's a rainy day in paradise.
Nothing wrong with a rainy day in paradise. That's how the crops eventually grow.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, in fact, right now, my farmer friend says that he prays for a certain amount each week. And he says if he gets that, he's happy of rain. And I didn't ask him what he was going to do if he didn't get it. But yeah,
I need to go get
the asparagus harvest. The asparagus is being harvested right now. It grows insane. And by the way, at night, 8 inches sometimes in the evening. You plant it in the crowns and you plant like
rhubarb too. Things just fucking, they go. Beautiful thing to watch. Isabella, or Hippie Shake, where in the world are you? 2 in the afternoon right now. And I wonder if Richie's still on the phone there, 007. You coming back on, brother? All the way in the Canary Islands. That's so dope.
Oh, yeah. Got whales coming in England. This is great. Oh, Kim Ray.
So we're about to toss some straw bales out in the garden. When you, I did not last year, but the year before. Just you mulch out the straw, put blood meal on the straw, and it starts breaking down, and then the mushrooms grow up on it. And then once the mushrooms are finished flushing out, you just drop your starts into it and they grow gangbusters, man. Like throw some tomato plants in one of those and then get your freaking lattice up because they'll go fucking huge.
Yes. Absolutely.
And I'm going to try to inoculate the bale with my own spores for mushrooms this time, because they just grow like toadstools and stuff, whatever's in the environment. But I figure if I pour some liquid mycelium, liquid mycelium right onto the bale as the temperature's coming down, it might I might get a bunch of mushrooms.
Yeah.
I'd love to get lion's mane in there, man. That would be freaking awesome.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I usually my job every year. I'm putting the straw on the strawberries. In fact, then you can sometimes go by and pick the straw back up into a rebaler. It does it backwards. It picks it up in the forks and twists it up as it comes through and makes another bale of straw. You put it back up on the tractor. Yeah. Yeah. But you sit there going down the rows, you stand up on it, you've got like a little spot to stand, and you're grabbing the bales, putting them in the thing with the blades going like this right in front of you. And fear is a great motivator to get you to just stand there properly and not move, not like muck around, because you're dead.
Right.
So nobody ever does.
Right.
Nobody ever does. Yeah, it's great.
You don't put the guy up there that's got a nervous twitch.
Oh, you can't. No, you have. See, that's the other thing, right? It's like, who can go up there? And it's like, are you ready to do it like all day? And it's like, yeah. It's like, all right, let's go, Morgan. And they like it, but somebody needs to do it. And the other men that are out there are of a beautiful dark complexion, and I've known them all for years, and I know them by name, and they're my friends. And I like that because I get to say hello when they're walking in town.
There you go.
Yeah. Organic hemp papers. Now, the whole entire thing is spiritually pure for me.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. And gardening. That's the time of year where it is right now, too. Getting that love, it's energy of the universe inside of the growing, living thing to grow with you. I think more people should get into having, even if it's just a little box garden, just so they can understand that they're a part of it.
Right, even a house plant that you take care of.
Yes, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Minimalism,
It's like once you start with one, before you know it, you have a full garden and you're putting food on the table, and it's a beautiful thing.
And you understand the transference between the give and the receive of life, and you start living with life, as opposed to right now it seems to be they smack Mother Earth as hard as they can, and then they put a bottle out underneath it to grab up whatever she excretes, and it's like there's no love in it. There's no love, and I think she feels that way, but she is so much more powerful than them, and I only hope that we survive when she corrects herself.
Well, she's everywhere, so she can take care of her own.
I think so. That's the message that I get from the plants. Is just be attentive and watch.
I was living in Shanghai, like one of the biggest cities in the world, right?
Yeah.
And I had like a little garden in my apartment. I'm living way up in a high rise and shit. And I'm like looking at my plants one day, my tomato plant, I see a little baby praying mantis. Like he was probably like not even, like whatever,
3 weeks.
half a centimeter long,
Yes,
and
3 weeks.
I'm watching him, and he's on my tomato plant, and then I moved, and when I moved, I had to get all my stuff and move about like 3 blocks or 4 blocks to another apartment.
Yeah.
And I had like a bicycle cart guy helping me, and I had everything on the back of this bicycle, the plants are on there and everything. And I go across and I get into my new apartment, I set everything up and everything's there, and I look around and here comes that praying mantis, and he made it. He like stayed on that tomato plant. He rode from one place to the other. And then I put my hand up when I saw him,
and he came running down to my
Oh, yeah, you put
hand,
one. Okay, yeah.
and he jumped on my finger and he started like eating the salt off my hand, and
Yeah.
then he went back into the plant. And then after that, if I would go up there and put my hand down, he would just run straight down to my hand. It was freaking cool, man.
Yes. Because he was born with you there
Right.
electrically. He would have already known this is part of yours.
Right. Yeah,
Because
I
I'm not
tended
sure
to
how they
plant it.
see, like
Yeah.
Daredevil or whichever way they see. Oh, vibration. Your
Right.
would have been hitting him all the time with this giving, loving spirit, which you
Right.
were. It was
Right.
yours and hers home.
Yeah. And I mean, that is
So
just, that's
lovely,
what
man.
more people need to connect with the life that's non-human, that's all around us. And that's like the key to yourself, that's like unlocking yourself.
And the thing is too, in the Oriental over here, I bet people could even kill wouldn't even notice. But I believe people in China, I don't know, but or even Japan, they would notice and respect. I think the grasshopper, and be like, lucky that you have that.
Yes and no. They also have like the fighting crickets.
Oh, right. I forgot about that part.
But on the other hand, those same guys that do the fighting crickets will keep like this little vial in their pocket with one of the little small crickets on it, because they believe that the sound, that little that sound is healthy. It's a vibratory healing mechanism.
So exactly.
So they'll keep one of those like in their coat pocket.
So they know that it's talking
that
to
thing
you
and
and
have an intimate relationship with it, until it passes
Oh, it is.
on.
Oh, it's like Doctor. Oh, not to keep interrupting while you're speaking. I
No,
just
go
in
ahead.
such agreement. It is why Doctor Who keeps the fresh lettuce in his pocket, because there is the direct transference going on between him and the lettuce, and as the canary in the mine, so is the Doctor, the Time Lord, because he's held inside of that plasma field ship or whatever that he's got. He's connected to the TARDIS, whether he knows it or not. And if you go into the ship, the lore of the show, they would probably almost automatically agree that the Time Lord and their TARDIS are hooked together. And
right, and that's why when you're hitchhiking through the universe, you need your towel.
Always bring a towel. Always.
We just electromagnetically connect to the towel in places.
Yes.
Because it has like little flakes of organic, things in it.
And
you can never get a towel fully clean.
No. It's filled with. So number one, it's filled with life. So if they go scan them, oh my goodness, he's gotten so much life. Oh, you must be their admiral, or I am in fact their ambassador. And these are in fact my life forms. They certainly do acknowledge that. Yes.
It's the mites. It's the mites.
It's my mighty mites. I come prepared.
They're like, I love his dead skin.
Remember
He's my man.
Owl? Yeah, remember Owl book, the Mighty Mites, when they would go smaller? Mighty Mites. And they would go small and have their adventures. I would love it when they would watch the moldy bread and the pistols on them when they go, and then boom, 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 boom. Oh no.
Yeah, if you're watching this and you're taking LSD for the first time, watch The Incredible Shrinking Man.
Oh wow. Bro, with the cat, come on. That gets intense. Brother, that's why you said that. But man, I still, because you brought it right back with a passion, by the way. I've not thought of that in over 20 years.
Yeah.
The scene with him in the doll's house with the cat, terrified, man. I was terrified.
Yeah.
But
I watched it on like a 6-inch black and white screen in full Technicolor.
Oh wow, man! Oh, I would have been going back every Saturday to get that sensation again, because
no, that was just like one for the memory banks.
Okay, Yeah, man. Saturday, the creature features and the double thrillers. Wow. I love those, man. I love those because they're always revealing science. They're all and that's the thing too. What's the twist of the creature? How, like with Swamp Thing, what happened? How does the plant reveal what's inside of you actually? And then the light gives him strength and causes him to grow. And when the light hits his body, it just starts to take off. Oh man, Swamp Thing was a great movie.
Right? Always picking apart the science of like the science fiction movies because there's real actual science behind it. My girlfriend Amber does it with me nonstop. It's great. So just what I have demonstrated here in the background, I don't know how well it's playing for you guys. My laptop's a little bit shanty and choppy, but it's this one bubble of oxygen that keeps popping up and then shooting out, and it's caught in different frames, and it looks like it stays as a bubble as it like just shoots straight up and out of frame. And you can see like tiny smaller hydrogen or Brown's gas bubbles coming below it, and then this one big one that keeps shooting up, and then like each time you can see it like going up and out in the frames if it's playing properly.
Bernie, you should shoot like a regular good, FPS video of that and upload it.
Indeed. Working on it.
So you're back.
That's off a pure silver bar and then a little bit of copper on it.
Yeah. So do you have any frequency? Do you have like any pulse width modulation on that?
No, that's what I'm lacking and what I need to add desperately, because that just takes it to a whole nother dimension of like being able to like form like the toroid, like plasmoids of the particulates and stuff. I've seen it on several other channels. Had it saved on my old channel that still haven't had access to 6 months later. YouTube savages.
Oh yeah. There we go. Okay.
Well, Bernie, the website is like pretty much done for the 3D printers. So anytime you start wanting to roll, give me a call and we'll talk about, what there is in there to make out of selling them. And I'm perfectly happy to, split what there is in there with all the salespeople down the middle and get some of these out there because they're good machines. And our company is going to be the only company with real support in the United States or in Canada, because all the other companies, every single company selling 3D printers is in China. And Amazon just announced Amazon just announced that by 2023 they're not going to allow any of the companies to sell their printers through Amazon because they're coming out with their own printer. So this is key because it's actually going to push all the real professional business directly to the company websites, because pros like dentists and stuff don't necessarily buy their shit from Amazon.com. So we'll be like a real company to service real professional end users, plus, artistic end users, because these are used, like I'm going to focus like on the Comic-Con crowd, because they make props and everything for, the industry, and artists, go to those things as well. And then do a little bit of work in the dental industry, because there's a lot of that's coming up where people are not farming out that work anymore. They're making all their implants and dentures in-house. So, and our machine is using this brand new
and I've got a lot of designs I've been wanting to run off of a quality 3D printer myself, because there's so many videos I want to replicate and try, because, well, There's just endless possibilities
Yeah, I
and
mean, you
fun
need
things.
to make metal parts. If you need to make metal parts, you just build them out of
He's
wax.
making all sorts of toys and gadgets with his 3D printer.
You want to
Yeah,
be able to throw together them whatever you can find in the dump or whatever's left over after whatever, or you know, you want to be able to make energy out of anything.
Right.
I agree.
I mean, I even want in my pocket the double lens, meaning, well, it's not that sunny. Don't worry, I've got my fire starter or whatever. You know what I mean? And I pull out, and it's like it's not just one lens; it's a double lens. The second lens always being to start, you know, a fire with sticks and twigs and brush or whatever. Because I know that a double lens would be all you'd need.
All you need is a laser pointer with a special lens that goes in front of it.
Okay.
Boom.
Cool. That's it then. That's it then. You obviously had the evolution of the idea. You know what I'm saying? The idea that I was stating. You're like, oh, the lens idea? That's what the laser. Perfect, brother.
Yeah.
Look at the two. Okay, so I can't hear Bernie.
I can't either. I think he has this turned down or is muted. Oh, I think this is Mike. This is Mike's video.
Okay, that's why.
Faraday research.
Watching.
Yeah, sorry, I had myself muted and then I had Mike's video muted while you guys were talking, but I think he's describing his system here, so I'm going to unmute it and let's listen to him. This is his most recent video.
I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
For sure.
It's candy to me because it's
I don't like to badmouth people, but Smith called it crafting the power. Okay, we're taking the high voltage discharge from a high voltage generator, and then we put it into a coil. Now, I did a change to this coil tonight, so I'm going to tell you about that in a second. So, soon as you get the high voltage discharge, you can put it through 1 or 2 spark gaps to kind of keep the amp draw off your high voltage generator in check. Okay, nothing's changed there. But when it gets to this coil here, and this is actually, I got this from that guy that knows quite a bit about the Don Smith generator. So what you're looking at, it's a transformer, but this is called the Tesla diode transformer. It's patented 1893, I believe it was. October, 1893. It's called the Tesla diode transformer. Now, the significance of this one is it is a 1-to-1 ratio. So whatever turns here, it's exactly the same on the other side. They are not connected wirely at all. It's all by the induced induction that this one creates, goes into I guess it would be harmonic resonance with this one. So these ones are talking to each other now. They're not physically connected in any way, shape, or form. They're separated. So I'm not even going by windings anymore. It turns out Tesla, when he was making his coils, was based on the length and the mass of the wire. Okay, turns are almost irrelevant at this point because you want to get harmonic resonance with both coils. This is extremely important. Now, if you're going to go in a step-up transformer, so if, say you had 50 windings here, you could go to 100 windings here. That will still keep this in harmonic frequency balanced, okay? Say you had 50 windings here and 73 here. It's not going to be in harmonic balance. It's got to be equal, double, or equal division of. So if it was 50 here, you could go 75. If it's 50 here, you could go 100. It's got to be half wavelength is usually a good combination. 50 here, 100 here. Okay. In this scenario, what I did was I got the same length of wire here as I do here. So I took the 2 pieces of wire, measured it out. It was about 5 feet long, and I cut it in half. So each side has got 5 feet of wire. This is, I believe, 18 gauge speaker wire. It's the higher end stuff. Yeah, this is the wire I'm using here. So it's the Monster Cable XP. It's insulated quite good. And that's what I'm using for the wire.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, this is very important. So, I'm kind of rambling here. So, what I'm trying to make my point is now from this coil to here is connected. Right here is where it stops. Now the system is running on induction as of here. Okay. So now I got a certain amount of power to work with. Now I could go several directions with this. This is where the second part of the system starts. Okay. Where you got to change the frequency of this as well as the voltage to run, say, utilities. So I would have to put this on a pulse width modulator, a buzzard that will create 60 hertz, and then a step down. So you would do like a step down circuit, okay, to get it to 120 volts. And then after that,
to any skeptics, Mike is really breaking it down here, and this is impressive electrical engineering on Mr. Faraday Research's end. And if you understand the wizardry behind it, it is music to my ears and hopefully all of yours as well. So let's continue to hear what else he's been, because this is, I was talking to him earlier before he or while he was making this video. It was the first one he's done in a week because he had to take a step back and do a whole bunch of digging and research and figuring out how the actual Don Smith generator was working. And now he's got the whole complex higher dimensional circuitry here completely, or mostly looks like completely figured out. We will see and listen to what he's discovered and put together.
Like I think for drinking water, we probably
that you got 120 volts at 60 hertz, you can run utilities. Or you can take this, hook
Those
this into
are
a four-way bridge. Now
oranges.
you create a DC power, and you could charge up a huge capacitor bank. Now I got these new caps and that friend of mine from the
Definitely
US
the
sent me.
little
They're
Mandarin
huge.
delicious
Actually, let me
oranges.
see if I can get one out for you guys.
Yes, Mandarin or Clementine, yes.
But when I looked at it,
Let's see if I can get in here. It was kind of buried, so you get an exclusive look into my man cave here.
Shut up.
Pull one of these guys out. Okay, these are monsters. These are DC electrolytic filled industrial capacitors. These things are kick ass. And you're going to frequently see how big they are.
It's nice outside.
This is them. They're freaking huge. They're 2,500 volts DC at 8 unifarad. Okay.
Just made a new.
These things are massive. So he sent me 4 of these. All right. And this is what is going to be on this side of the system. Now, the other day, I decided to hook this up to a full-way bridge, charge this up. I went from 0 volts to 500 in a matter of 3 seconds. Huge. Now I can line up all 4 of them, hook them up either in parallel or series. So I could go 2,500 volts DC times that by 4. Or I could put it in parallel or a series in line and have 8 unifarad times 4 at 2,500 volts DC. Now I got this huge amount of potential that I could do something with. So I could very easily put that down to a step down, put it into, say, a battery charger, charge batteries with it, or hook it up to an inverter that will create 120 volts at 60 hertz. It's like Tesla said, the second you get it into a condenser, and this would be classified as a condenser, You can do anything you want with it. You can now modulate it, make alternating current, or you can keep it as DC and charge batteries with it. So this is part of the second part of the system, which I haven't done yet. I'm trying to get this one finalized. So what I like to show you next, these things are heavy too. They're pretty big. They're quite large, like you can see compared to my hand, how big these things really are. So I'll do a quick demo here. Okay, this is going to light up, and then it's going to draw about, I think it was, 650 milliamps at 11 volts. So at 11 volts, 650 milliamps. So what I want to show is I'm now going to light this bulb up, and after what I'm going to do, this bulb is now connected to this. This is the positive for this bulb. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create another disruptive discharge on this. And when I do that, we're going to notice the amperage is not going to change very much. That is because this coil is in harmonic resonance with the primary, and it's not connected. It's all by induction. Yeah. So it's going to show that now from here to here is isolated from this. This starts to part of the next system, the second part of the system. So if I put a disruptive discharge here, it's not going to draw any more current, which is a very, very good thing. Now I'm getting the same power, and I'm not being taxed the current draw from the primary part of the system. It's not going to take more power to run it. And I think this is what it's all about. So I think a lot of people, what they should do if they're building this system is build a Tesla diode. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. It can be, I did 5 feet of wire. I did 2 pieces of 5 feet wire, 18 gauge, and wrap both of them. So now I know those 2 coils are in harmonic resonance. And so they're talking to each other. It's very, very important. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to light it up. And when I do the disruptive discharge, you're going to lose quite a bit of power off this. This one's going to light up. But the important thing is it's not going to draw any more amps off it. It's going to stay the same. So I'm just going to, I won't be able to talk because the spark gap obviously screws up the audio. All right, so I'll just show you. All right, so we got 0.64, 0.65 amps. All right, so we got a lot of power here. Okay, so when I did that, it's kind of hard to show and do it at the same time while I'm filming, but the point is it's not drawing that much more amps off it. Very, very little. There's maybe about 20 to 40 milliamps of draw more off it, but not very much at all. So that shows I can load this up to a point where it's not going to taxi my input of my system. And that's the point of the Tesla diode. It's separation. It's isolated from each other. The only way it's connecting to each other is through harmonic resonant induction between the two. And that's very important. So if I were building a system, or if I was going to tell anybody to build a system, I would tell them to build a Tesla diode, a 1-to-1 ratio. It can be 50 turns on one side, 50 on the other, 100 turns on one side, 100 on the other. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So you can look it up. I believe it was 1893, October 22nd. Patent number, I forget. Sorry. But it's called the Tesla diode. So a Tesla diode transformer. And it's over unity because we can do whatever we want now with it. This is creating the initial field. And now that we've created the initial field, now we're drawing power off that field. So we've joined it together through harmonic resonance. Whatever this one puts out, this one's going to copy it. So I can't really explain it any easier than that. So that's what I've been working on. It's very important. Now the big coil, the toroid that I have, I'm going to be working on that this week. I'm actually going to rewind that sucker. So the wire on it, I'm going to take it all off, and it's probably going to take me a few hours to do it because there's a lot of wire on it. It's very, very heavy. As soon as I get that off, I'm going to take the toroid. I'm going to create a step-up transformer out of that. That one's going to take quite a bit of wiring. I imagine it would. Now, I might even try a test and make it into actually a Tesla diode. I can do it with a toroid as well. So the idea is whatever power that you have here creates a certain amount of flux. It'll create a certain amount of field. Okay, this is 11 kVA at full power, this high voltage transformer. Now, I have a friend that's in the US that wants 160 kVA. So in that case, in order for me to actually accomplish this high voltage generator that I have will not do it. I would need probably a high voltage generator that's going to put out excess of 30 to 50 kilovolts. From there, now I can create a substantial, huge field here, and then I could do a step-up transformer and get it up to 100 kVA. He wants 160, which I think is, for what I have, it's kind of hard to do. But I would definitely have to step up this from 11 kVA to probably about 50 kVA. So I'm going to have to explain this to my friend in the US. And this is all the stuff I've basically figured out in the last week, going over Don Smith's old notes. He gave a lot of information out, but he didn't give all the pieces to the puzzle to make it work. He didn't want to give it away all for free. He wants to make you think and try to figure it out on your own. So I'm getting very close to figuring out how to do it. And it's starting to make a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm getting good results with this now. I think now I'm going to start heading into stage 2. And there's going to be, sky's the limit, really. You can put this through, say this circuit here, I could hook it up to a high-speed switch and change it into 60 hertz, and then I can run light bulbs and utilities, provided that I got 120 volts. So, I would have to put a variac or even a varistor to make sure I don't get over spiking, which can damage, utilities. So I might have to get a varistor. And I got a variac now. So that was also given to me by my friend in the US. So I got that to work with. Plus I might have to get a varistor that will control that spike.
Yeah, I'm still lacking a couple of variacs, which I need to further my transmutational pulse fusion experiments. If anybody's got a couple out there willing to donate.
Bridge rectifier and charge these guys up. And then these guys can now start charging super caps, okay? Charge those up really efficiently and hook that up to an inverter. And then the inverter will do all the work I need to create the high volt, 120 volts at 60 hertz. And I got a couple of, actually I got three kilowatt inverters sitting in my locker. So I got 9 kilowatts of inverter power in my locker. So I could hook those up actually very, very easily. So there's several different ways, but this is the primary part of the system here. The second part of the system is depending on what you want to do. Do you want to charge batteries? Do you want to charge capacitors? Do you want to light light bulbs, or do you want to light utilities, a house, ovens, microwaves, stuff like that. So it all depends what direction you want to go. So I think that's it for the video. I already got over 21 minutes here. A lot of stuff for you guys to chew on and contemplate. Any questions, comments below. Don't forget my donates are below, the Patreon and all that. I'm going to try to get Paul's stuff set up hopefully in the next week or so. Hopefully I can get a hold of him. I don't know how sick he is. But hopefully we can get a PayPal for him.
We pray for Paul.
To donate some money for his.
And yes, for anyone looking to finish the whole video, and Mike will be on for the Science of Sound on Saturday with me and Ominous and Richie. I don't know. Richie, you still there? You on the phone? You fall asleep? What time would it be? No, I guess if it's 2 or 3 in the UK, it would be later or earlier than that in the Cayman. Or no, not Cayman. Jesus, Canary. Canary Island. That's where he is. Was I muted or no? Okay. Well, everybody's talking, everybody's smoking. Now it's my smoke.
Yeah, what's up, Bernie?
Getting about that time for me to go to bed because gotta wake up before the sun sets again.
Yeah.
Indeed, I'm quite impressed with the monatomic silver gold that it was made here, and then this little bit at the end, the nano gold that's now dripping down.
See
Quite
it. It's nice when things work.
Indeed, always.
Yeah, it's all working.
Exactly. What are you guys up to?
My plants. I just got to put the new dirt in and got them out by the window, all happy. And so I'll show you the little happy garden there.
For
Yeah,
sure,
maybe.
right? It's springtime. You got to get them rooted. Or get them planted, germinating.
Yeah, and there's one over there. There's one little part coming up. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a rainy day. It's a rainy day here, so it's probably a good day to go grab some straw bales and throw them out on the beds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about that time. Odd.
Well, so yeah, it's been real, man.
For
When are we
sure.
gonna do this? When are you doing something on Friday?
Saturday we are doing the Science of Sound. Might be doing something Friday. Not sure yet, but for sure Saturday is Science of Sound, and it might also be Apex, so it could be both.
Yeah. Right on. Well, I'll keep my eyes open.
For sure.
Right on. You guys have a cool day.
Yeah.
You as well.
Yeah, bro.
Have a good day.
All right, I'm gonna
review electromagnetism. Review it. Just look it up everywhere.
Yeah, everything
exactly. There's
everything
so much everywhere.
Everything flows according to the will of the great magnet.
I like that. That's beautiful.
That's Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh, of course.
I love Hunter S.
I do too, man.
Oh, I gotta rewatch Fear and Loathing again now.
Yeah, I've got it up in the cupboard.
It's in there.
VHS, it's broken, but VHS is just a matter of putting the piece of tape on it, and
Hey, you know something I noticed? You know that movie, Breakfast of Champions? That's the Kurt
car
Vonnegut.
dealership. Yes, Bruce Willis. Yes.
It's totally been scrubbed from the internet. Like, there's not one source you can watch it online.
I understand.
It used to be all over.
Did you write that one?
Weird.
Kurt?
What's that?
Is it Kurt Von? Did he write that one? Kurt Von Kurt Von der. Oh my goodness. Is it Kurt, the guy who wrote it?
Oh, it's Kurt Vonnegut.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cats in the Cradle is a good one.
Yeah. I was waiting for God bless you, Mr. Rosewater, to come out with a Yeah, right. Cool, bro. Oh, when people read, like the first books of the library I read were like 1984 and Brave New World. But I mean, I had a really good teacher that was like, check this out. I chose to read Brave New World, but or was it? It was on a list of books. You know what I'm saying? But I read it.
Yeah.
And really got into it, and then and understood it, early. And along with 1984, I mean, like, and I read them and I understood what they were. And yeah. And then you just had to watch Dazed Confused for social constructs and things like that. And most things can be referenced in movies to a certain extent. You can almost speak in movie titles.
Yeah.
Like that Star Trek episode of Picard and Gerard at Tanagra, his arms open, his eyes wide. It's like, what do you mean? He's us. What do you mean? We respect each other. He knows what we are, and we know what they are. We'll fight you. We want to know if you're a coward or if you're an honorable race. So we're going to put you down on the planet fight and just see what you do. And it's like, you honorably fought. We see you. Our eyes are now open and wide.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That's how they communicate. And you may only once you have had a happening with one of them. Because until then, I don't know who you are, brother. Do you know that man? No, I do not. I filled out forms with him. I do not know him. Have you written and spilt blood? Yes. Okay. I love it.
All right,
man.
brother.
Yeah.
You all have a peaceful day.
Excellent. Excellent. He's probably sleeping. Is Bernie sleeping? All right. I'm signing off, folks.
Oh, all right then. Later, guys. One quick thing to show here. The perfect white monoatomic silver gold collected at the bottom. That is a perfect harvest in the right. But on the left now, that's still a silver maple on the top right of the left jar. And then on the top left going to bottom is a nano-coated copper coil that I had nano-coated in a layer of zinc, essentially electrolyzed. Oh man, I can't even think of the words. Too tired right now. But the fact that the top half is a orangey reddish brown and the bottom half is a clear teal blue, light blue, and a halfway separation point between the two, and it is maybe double the length of the coin, but definitely not at the bottom of where all the hydrogen is being produced on the maple cathode side bubbling up. There's several different layers of these exclusion zones, plasma layers, and then a 50-50 split between an orange and a blue reactions. At the very bottom, that is another silver maple that looks like it is growing like algae or something on it, but it fell off earlier in the reaction, and then I replaced it with this zinc nano-coated copper coil. But yeah, crazy. Half blue, half orangish red. Otherwise, perfect monoatomic silver gold, pure white, perfect harness. I'm headed to bed. Everyone have a good night, good day, wherever you are, whenever you watch. Much love. Peace be with you. Oh my god, I gotta play the 3-minute and 14-second wake up call clip to end it, so it ends at exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20, guys and girls. Have a great day.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you, and clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
Cosmic resonance, that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. And just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony, on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, wait